Alleluia, לעולם. Alleluia, ישירו כולם. במילה אחת בוא תודה, הלב מלא בהמון תודה, והולם גם הוא איזה עולם נפלא. הללויה, עם השיר, הללויה, על יום שביעי, הללויה, על מה שהיה ומה שעוד לא היה, הללויה, הללויה, לעולם, הללויה, ישירו כולם, והאם בלילה יהדהדו בהמון צילים, ונקראו הם יאמרו הללויה, 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 עם השיר, הללויה, על יום שביעי, הללויה, על מה שהיה ומה שעוד לא היה, הללויה, הללויה, על הכל, הללויה, מחר ואתמול, הללויה, ותנו ידיך, ישירו כתפיך, הללויה, הללויה, עם השיר, הללויה, על יום שביעי, הללויה, מה שעוד לא היה, הללויה, הללויה,
Activities of the YAOHUSHUA. Dear friend who loves YAOHUSHUA, in my first letter I told you about the life of YAOHUSHUA, the Messiah, and his doctrines, and how he returned to heaven after giving his elect emissaries further orders from the YAOHUSHUA, or the sanctified spirit of YAOHUSHUA. During the 40 days after his impalement, he appeared to the emissaries from time to time, actually alive, and proved to them in many ways that it was really he himself they were seeing. And on these occasions, he talked to them about the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA. In one of these encounters, he told them not to leave YAOHUSHUA or Jerusalem until the YAOHUSHUA, or sanctified spirit, had come upon them in fulfillment of the promise of YAOHUSHUA, the father, a matter he had previously discussed with them. Yahuchanan immersed you with water, he reminded them, but you shall be immersed in the Ruach YAOHUSHUA in just a few days. And another time, when he appeared to them, they asked him, Molchiul, king or ruler, are you going to free YAOHUSHUA from Rome now and renew us as an independent nation? YAOHUSHUA, the father, set those dates, he replied, and they are not for you to know. But when the Ruach YAOHUSHUA has come upon you, you will receive power to testify about me with great effect to the people of YAOHUSHUA Olim and throughout Yehuda or Judea, in Shomor Yahu or Samaria, and to the ends of the earth, about my death and resurrection. It was not long afterwards that he rose into the sky and disappeared into a cloud, leaving them gazing after him. As they were beaming their eyes for another glimpse, unexpectedly, two white-robed men were arisen there among them, and said, Men of Galilee, why are you up here gazing at the sky? YAOHUSHUA has gone away to heaven, and someday, just like as he went, he will return. They were at the Mount of Olives when this happened, so now they walked the half-mile back to YAOHUSHUA Olim and held a prayer meeting in an upper room of the house where they were at. Here is the list of those who were present at the meeting. Kaphos, Yahuchanan, Yahucha, Andoron, Philip, Thomas, Bartholomew, Manyahu, Yahucha, son of Alphaeus, Shamiul, also called the Zealot, Yahuda, son of Yahucha, and the birth brothers of YAOHUSHUA. Several women, including the mother of YAOHUSHUA, were there also. This prayer meeting went on for several days, and during this time, on a day when about 120 people were present, Kaphos arose and addressed them with this message. Brethren, it was necessary for the scriptures to come true regarding Judas, who betrayed YAOHUSHUA by guiding the mob to him. For this was predicted long ago by the Ruach YAOHUSHUA, speaking through King Daud. Judas was one of us, selected to be an emissary just as we were, and he bought a field with the money he received for his treachery, and falling headlong there, he burst open, spilling out his bowels. The report of his death
spread rapidly among all the people of YAOHUSHUA, and they named the place Akeldama, or the field of blood. King Dawood's prediction of this appears in the Tehillim, or Psalms, where he says, "Let his home become desolate, with no one living in it." And again, "Let his work be given to someone else to do." So now we must select someone else to take the place of Judas and to team up with us as witnesses of the resurrection of YAOHUSHUA. Let us select someone who has been with us continually from our first affiliation with Hamolchiul, or the king, from the time he was immersed by Yahuchanan until the day he was taken from us into heaven. The assembly nominated two men, Yahusaf Tzadok, also called Borshabos, and Manyahu. Then they all prayed for the right man to be selected. Molchiul, they said, "You know every heart. Show us who between these men you prefer to be the emissary to replace Judas the traitor, who has gone on to his proper place." Then they drew lots by stalks of grain, and in this manner Manyahu was selected and became an emissary with the other 11. "7 weeks had gone by since the death and resurrection of YAOHUSHUA, and the day of Shavuos, or Feast of Weeks, or Pentecost, had now arrived. As the believers met together that day, unexpectedly there was a sound like the roaring of a mighty wind tempest from the skies over them, and it filled the house where they were gathered. Then what looked like flames or tongues of fire appeared and came down upon their heads to rest. Everyone present was filled with the Ruach YAOHUSHUA, or sanctified spirit, and began speaking in languages they didn't know, for the Ruach YAOHUSHUA gave them this empowerment. Many upright Yahudim were in YAOHUSHUA that day for the religious celebrations, having arrived from many nations. And when they heard the roaring in the sky above the house, crowds came running to see what it was all about, and were shocked to hear their own languages being spoken by the disciples. "How can this be?" they exclaimed, "for these men are all from Galilee, and yet we hear them speaking all the native languages of the lands where we were born. Here we are, Parthians, Medes, Elamites, men from Mesopotamia, Yehuda, Cappadocia, Pontus, Asia, Phrygia, Pamphylia, Egypt,
and the Cyrene language areas of Libya, guests from Rome, both Yahudim and Yahudim converts, Cretans and Arabians. And we all hear this man telling in our own languages about the mighty miracles of Yahushua. They were up on their feet, wondering and perplexed. What can this mean? They asked one another. But others in the crowd were mocking. They're drunk, that's all, they said. Then Paphos stepped forward with the 11 emissaries and said loudly to the crowd, "Hear me, all of you, guests and dwellers of YAOHUSHUA alike. Some of you are saying, 'These men are drunk.' That isn't true. It's much too early for that. People don't get drunk by 9 in the morning. No. What you see this morning was predicted hundreds of years ago by the prophet Yahushua. In the last days, Yahushua declared, I will pour out my YAOHUSHUA, YAOHUSHUA, upon all mankind, and your sons and daughters shall prophesy, and your young men shall see visions, and your old men dream dreams. Yes, the YAOHUSHUA, YAOHUSHUA shall come upon all my servants, men and women alike, and they shall prophesy. And I will cause unusual occurrences in the heavens and on the earth, blood and fire and clouds of smoke. The sun shall turn black and the moon blood red before the awesome day of Yahushua arrives. And anyone who calls upon the Shuam, or name, of Yahushua shall be saved. O men of Yahusharul, take heed. Yahushua publicly endorsed YAOHUSHUA Nuzroti by doing great miracles through him, as you well know. But Yahushua, following his predetermined plan, let you use the Roman government to nail him to the stake and murder him. Then Yahushua released him from the horrors of death and brought him back to life again. For death could not keep this man within its grip. King Daud quoted Yahushua as saying, I know Yahushua is with me. He is helping me. Yahuwah's mighty power supports me. No wonder my heart is filled with delight, and my tongue shouts his praises. For I know all will be well with me in death. You will not leave my soul in hell, or let the body of your holy Son decay. You will give me back my life, and give me glorious delight in your presence. Dear brethren, think. Daud wasn't referring to himself when he spoke these words I have quoted.
For he died and was buried, and his tomb is yet here among us. But he was a prophet, and knew YAOHUSHUA had promised with an irrevocable oath that one of David's own offsprings would be YAOHUSHUA, the Messiah, and sit upon David's royal throne. David was looking far into the future and predicting the resurrection of YAOHUSHUA, and saying that the soul of YAOHUSHUA would not be left in hell, and his body would not decay. He was speaking of YAOHUSHUA, and we all are witnesses that YAOHUSHUA rose from the dead. And now he sits upon the throne of supreme honor in heaven, next to YAOHUSHUA. And just as promised, YAOHUSHUA, the Father, gave him the authority to send the YAOHUSHUA with the results you are seeing and hearing today. No, David was not speaking of himself in these words of his I have quoted, for he never rose up into the skies. Moreover, he further said, YAOHUSHUA spoke to my Odmurul, the Messiah, and said to him, sit beside me here in honor until I bring your enemies into complete subjection. Therefore, I clearly say to everyone in Yahshua or Israel that YAOHUSHUA has made this YAOHUSHUA you impaled to be Mochiul, the king, and YAOHUSHUA, the Messiah. These words of Caiaphas moved them deeply, and they said to him and to the other emissaries, Brethren, what should we do? And Caiaphas replied, each one of you should turn from sin, return to YAOHUSHUA, and be immersed beholshuam, or in the name of YAOHUSHUA, YAOHUSHUA, for the forgiveness of your sins. Then you also shall receive this gift, the Ruach HaKodesh, or sanctified spirit, because YAOHUSHUA promised him to each one of you who has been called by YAOHUSHUA, our Creator, and to your children, and even to those in faraway lands. Then Caiaphas proclaimed a long, powerful message telling about YAOHUSHUA and seriously urging all his hearers to save themselves from the evils of their nation. And those who believed Caiaphas were immersed, about 3,000 in all. They participated with the other believers in regular attendance at the emissaries' teaching seminars and at the breaking of bread services and prayer meetings. A deep sense of awe was on them all, and the emissaries did many miracles. and all the believers met together continually and shared everything with one another, selling their properties and dividing with those in need. They worshipped together regularly at the temple each day, met in small groups in homes for breaking of bread, and shared their meals with great delight and gratefulness, praising YAOHUSHUA. The whole city was favorable to them, and each day YAOHUSHUA added to them all who were being saved. Caiaphas and Yohanan went to the temple one afternoon to take part in the 3 o'clock daily prayer meeting. As they approached the temple, they saw a man lame from birth, carried along the road and laid beside the temple gate, the one called YAOHUSHUA, or the Beautiful Gate, as was his custom every day. As Caiaphas and Yohanan were passing by, he asked them for some money. And they looked at him intently, and then Caiaphas said, "Look here." And the lame man looked at them eagerly, expecting alms. But Caiaphas said, "We don't have any money for you, but I'll give you something else. I command you, Beholshuam, YAOHUSHUA, Nuzroti, Hol Mehushchai, walk." Then Caiaphas took the lame man by the hand and pulled him up to his feet. And as he did, the man's feet and ankle bones were healed and rejuvenated, so he came up with a leap, arose for a moment, and began walking. Then walking, leaping, and praising YAOHUSHUA, he went into the temple with them. When the people inside saw him walking and heard him praising YAOHUSHUA, and realized he was the lame beggar they had seen so often at the YAOHUSHUA, they were inexpressibly surprised. They all rushed out to Shlomo's hall, where he was holding tightly to Caiaphas and Yohanan. Everyone there was awed by the glorious miracle that had happened, and Caiaphas saw his opportunity and addressed the crowd. "Men of YAOHUSHUA," he said, "what is very surprising about this? And why look at us as though we, by our own power and holiness, had made this man walk? For it is YAOHUSHUA, the Ul of Abraham, YAOHUSHUA and YAOHUSHUA, and all of our forefathers, who has brought glory to his servant YAOHUSHUA by doing this. I refer to YAOHUSHUA, whom you rejected before Pilate, despite Pilate's determination to release him. You didn't want him freed, this holy, upright one. On the contrary, you demanded the release of a murderer, and you killed the author of life. But YAOHUSHUA brought him back to life again, and Yohanan and I are witnesses of this fact, for after you killed him, we saw him alive. The Shuam, or name, of YAOHUSHUA has healed this man, and you know how lame he was before. Faith in the Shuam YAOHUSHUA, faith given us from YAOHU'ul, has caused this perfect healing. Dear brethren, I realize that what you did to YAOHUSHUA was carried out in ignorance, and the same can be said of your leaders. But YAOHU'ul was fulfilling the prophecies that YAOHUSHUA must suffer all these afflictions. Now, change your mind and attitude to YAOHU'ul and turn to him so he can cleanse away your sins and send you glorious times of refreshment from the presence of YAOHU'ul, and send YAOHUSHUA, your YAOHUSHUA or Messiah, back to you again. For he must remain in heaven until the final recovery of all things from sin, as prophesied from ancient times. YAOHUSHUA, for example, said long ago, YAOHU'ul will raise up a prophet among you who will resemble me. Take careful heed of everything he tells you, and anyone who will not hearken to him shall be utterly ruined. Shamu'ul and every prophet since have all spoken about what is going on today. You are the children of those prophets, and you are included in YAOHU'ul's promise to your forefathers to bless the whole world through the Yahudim race, or through the Jewish race. That is the promise of YAOHU'ul which he gave to Abraham. And as soon as YAOHU'ul had brought his servant back to life again, he sent him first of all to you, men of Yahusharul, to bless you by turning you back from your sins. While they were talking to the people, the chief priests, the captain of the temple police, and some of the tzaddikim came over them, very agitated that Caiaphas and Yohanan were claiming that YAOHUSHUA had risen from the dead. They apprehended them, and since it was already evening, jailed them overnight. But many of the people who heard their message believed it, so the number of believers now reached a new high of about 5,000 men. The next day it happened that the council of all the Yahudim leaders was in conference in YAOHUSHUA Olam, or Jerusalem, and Annas the high priest was present, and Caiaphas, Yohanan, Alexander, and others of the relatives of the high priest. So the two disciples were brought in before them. By what power and in what name have you done this? The council demanded. Then Caiaphas, filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, said to them, honorable leaders and elders of our nation, if you mean the noble deed done to the cripple and how he was healed, let me clearly declare to you and to all the people of YAOHUSHUA that it was carried out in the shuam or name and power of YAOHUSHUA Nuzroti, YAOHUSHUA, the Messiah, the man you impaled, but YAOHUSHUA raised him back to life again. It is by his own power and authority that this man here is now healed. For YAOHUSHUA YAOHUSHUA is he referred to in the scriptures when they speak of an ebony discarded by the builders, which became the chief corner boulder of the ark. There is salvation in no one else, for there is no other name under heaven given to mankind to call upon to save them. When the council saw the boldness of Caiaphas and Yohanan and could see that they were obviously uneducated non-professionals, they were amazed. They realized what being with YAOHUSHUA had done for them. And the council could hardly discredit the healing when the man they had healed was right there upon his feet beside them. So they sent them out of the council chamber and conferred among themselves. What shall we do with this man? They asked one another. We cannot deny that they have done a great miracle, and everyone in YAOHUSHUA knows about it. But perhaps we can stop them from spreading their propaganda. We'll tell them that if they do it again, we'll really throw the books at them. So they called them back in and told them never again to speak to anyone about this shuam or name. But Caiaphas and Yohanan replied, "You decide whether YAOHUSHUA wants us to obey you and not him. We cannot stop telling about the glorious deeds we saw YAOHUSHUA perform and heard him say." The council then threatened them further and finally let them go, because they don't know how to punish them without igniting a riot. For everyone was praising YAOHUSHUA for this glorious miracle, the healing of a man who had been lame for 40 years. As soon as they were released, Caiaphas and Yohanan found the other disciples and told them what the council had said. Then all the believers united in this prayer: YAOHUSHUA, Creator of heaven and earth, and of the sea, and everything in them. You spoke long ago by the YAOHUSHUA through our forefather King Daud, your servant, saying, "Why do the pagans rage against YAOHUSHUA? And the foolish nations plan their little plots against YAOHUSHUA, the commander of heaven's armies. The kings of the earth unite to fight against him and against the anointed son of YAOHUSHUA. This is what's happening here in this city today. For Herod the king, and Pontius Pilate the governor, and all the Romans, as well as the people of YAOHUSHUA, are united against YAOHUSHUA, your anointed son, your holy servant. They won't stop at anything that you, in your wise power, will let them do. And now, YAOHUSHUA, hear their threats and grant to your servants great boldness in their proclaiming, and send your healing power, and may miracles and wonders be done YAOHUSHUA, in the name of your holy servant YAOHUSHUA. After this prayer, the building where they were meeting shook, and they were all filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, and boldly proclaimed YAOHUSHUA's message. All the believers were of one heart and mind, and no one felt that what he owned was his own. Everyone was sharing. And the emissaries proclaimed powerful messages about the resurrection of Hamolchiul, or the king, and there was warm fellowship among all the believers, and no poverty. For all who owned land or houses sold them and brought the money to the emissaries to give to others in need. For example, there was YAOHUSHUA, the one the emissaries nicknamed Barnabas the Proclaimer. He was of the tribe of Levi, from the island of Cyprus. He was one of those who sold a field he owned and brought the money to the emissaries for disbursing to those in need. And there was a man named Ananias with his wife Sapphira, who sold some property and brought only a part of the money, claiming it was the full price. His wife had agreed to this deception. But Caiaphas said, Ananias, Satan has filled your heart. When you claimed this was the full price, you were lying to the Ruach HaKodesh, or sanctified spirit. The property was yours to sell or not, as you wished, and after selling it, it was yours to decide how much to give. How could you do a thing like this? You weren't lying to us, but to YAOHUSHUA. As soon as Ananias heard these words, he fell to the floor, dead. Everyone was shocked, and the younger man covered him with a sheet, took him out, and buried him. About 3 hours later, his wife came in, not knowing what had happened, And Caiaphas asked her, "Did you both sell your land for such a price?" "Yes," she replied, "we did." And Caiaphas said, "How could you and your husband even think of doing a thing like this? Conspiring together to test the ability of the Ruach Yahu, or the spirit of Yahushua, to know what's going on. Just outside that door are the young men who buried your husband, and they will carry you out too." Quickly she fell to the floor, dead, and the young man came in and, seeing that she was dead, carried her out and buried her beside her husband. Reverential fear gripped the whole congregation and all others who heard what had happened. Meanwhile, the emissaries were meeting regularly at the temple in the area known as Sha'almost Hall, and they did many miracles among the people. The other believers didn't dare participate with them, though, but all had the highest regard for them, and more believers were added to Hamol-Chiul, or the king, crowds both of men and women. Sick people were brought out along the roads on beds and mats, so at least the shadow of Caiaphas would fall upon some of them as he passed by. And crowds came in from the suburbs of YAOHUSHUA, bringing their sick folk and those possessed by evil spirits, and every one of them was healed. The high priest, with his relatives and friends among the tzaddikim, reacted with violent jealousy and apprehended the emissaries and put them in the public jail. But an angel of Yahushua came at night, opened the gates of the jail, and brought them out. Then he told them, "Go over to the temple and proclaim about this life." They arrived at the temple about daybreak and immediately began proclaiming. Later that morning, the high priest with his courtiers arrived at the temple, and convening the Yahudi council and the entire senate, they sent for the emissaries to be brought for trial. But when the police arrived at the jail, the men weren't there. Therefore they returned to the council and reported. The jail doors were locked and the guards were up on their feet outside, but when we opened the gates, they were not there. When the police captain and the chief priests heard this, they were frantic, pondering what would happen afterwards and where all this could lead to. Then someone arrived with the report that the men they had jailed were out in the temple proclaiming to the people. The police captain went with his officers and apprehended them, without violence though, for they were afraid the people would kill them if they roughed up the disciples, and brought them in before the council. "Didn't we tell you never again to proclaim about this Shuam or name YAOHUSHUA? The high priest demanded. And contrariwise, you have filled all YAOHUSHUA Olam with your doctrine and intend to bring the blame for this man's death on us. But Caiaphas and the emissaries replied, we must obey Yahuul rather than men. Yahuul of our forefathers brought YAOHUSHUA back to life again after you had killed him by hanging him on a tree. Then with mighty power Yahuul exalted him to be a prince and savior, so the people of YAOHUSHUA, Israel, would have an opportunity for repentance and for their sins to be forgiven. And we are witnesses of these events, and so is the YAOHUSHUA, who is given by Yahuul to all who obey him. At this, the council was furious and determined to kill them. But one of their members, a Pharisee named Gamaliel, an expert in religious law and very popular with the people, rose up and asked that the emissaries be sent outside the council chamber while he talked. Then he addressed his colleagues as follows: Men of YAOHUSHUA, take care what you're planning to do to these men. Some time ago, there was that fellow Theudas, who pretended to be someone great. About 400 others joined him, but he was killed, and his followers were harmlessly dispersed. After him, at the time of the collection of taxes, there was Yehuda of Galilee. He drew away some people as disciples, but he also died, and his followers scattered. And so my advice is, leave these men alone. If what they teach and do is merely on their own, it will soon be overthrown. But if it is of Yahuul, you will not be able to stop them, lest you find yourselves fighting even against Yahuul. So the council accepted his advice, called in the emissaries, had them beaten, and then told them never again to speak in the Shuam or name of YAOHUSHUA, and finally let them go. They left the council chamber full of delight that Yahuul had counted them worthy to suffer dishonor for his Shuam or name. And every day in the temple and in their home scripture classes, they continued to teach and proclaim that YAOHUSHUA is HaMehushai, the Messiah. But with the believers multiplying rapidly, there were rumblings of discontent. Those who spoke only Greek complained that their widows were being discriminated against, that they were not being given as much food in the daily allocation as the widows who spoke Hebrew. Therefore, the 12 called a meeting of all the believers. We should spend our time proclaiming and not supervising a feeding program, they said. Now look around among yourselves, dear brethren, and select 7 men, wise and full of the YAOHUSHUA, who are well thought of by everyone, and we will put them in charge of this duty. Then we can use our time in prayer, proclaiming, and teaching. This seemed reasonable to the whole assembly, and they elected the following: Stephen, a man unusually full of faith and the YAOHUSHUA; Philip, Prochorus, Nicanor, Timon, Parmenas, Nicolaus of Antioch, a Gentile convert to the Yahudim faith, who had become a YAOHUSHUA. These 7 were brought forward to the emissaries, who prayed for them and laid their hands on them in blessing. Yahuwah's message was proclaimed in ever-widening circles, and the number of disciples increased greatly in YAOHUSHUA Olam, and many of the Yahudim priests were converted too. Stephen, the man so full of faith and the power of the YAOHUSHUA, did spectacular miracles among the people. But one day, some of the men from the Yahudi cult of the freedmen began an argument with him, and they were soon joined by Yahudim from Cyrene, Alexandria in Egypt, and the Turkish province of Cilicia and Asia. But none of them were able to counter against Stephen's wisdom and spirit. So they brought in some men to lie about him, claiming they had heard Stephen curse Yahushua and even Yahuwah. This allegation roused the crowds to fury against Stephen, and the Yahudim leaders apprehended him and brought him before the council. The lying witnesses testified again that Stephen was continually speaking against the temple and against the laws of Yahushua. And they declared, "We have heard him say that this fellow, YAOHUSHUA Nuzroti, will ruin the temple and throw out all the laws of Yahushua." At this point, everyone in the council chamber saw the face of Stephen glow radiantly like an angel. Then the high priest asked him, "Are these allegations valid?" And this was Stephen's lengthy reply. The glorious Yahuwah appeared to our forefather Abraham in Mesopotamia before he moved to Haran, and told him to leave his native land to say farewell to his relatives and to travel out for a country that Yahuwah would direct him to. So he left the land of the Chaldeans and lived in Haran until his father died. Then Yahuwah brought him here to the land of Yashur Israel, but gave him no property of his own, not one little tract of land. However, YAOHUSHUA promised that eventually the whole country would belong to him and his offsprings, though as yet he had no children. But YAOHUSHUA also told him that these offsprings of his would leave the land and live in a foreign country and there become slaves for 400 years. But I will punish the nation that enslaves them, YAOHUSHUA told him, and afterwards my people will return to this land of Yahshurun and worship me here. YAOHUSHUA also gave Abraham the ceremony of circumcision at that time as evidence of the covenant between YAOHUSHUA and the people of Abraham. And so YAOHUSHUA, Abraham's son, was circumcised when he was 8 days old, and YAOHUSHUA became the father of YAOHUSHUA, and YAOHUSHUA was the father of the 12 patriarchs of the Yahudi or Jewish nation. These men were very jealous of YAOHUSHUA and sold him to be a slave in Egypt. But YAOHUSHUA was with him and delivered him out of all of his anguish and gave him favor before Pharaoh, king of Egypt. YAOHUSHUA also gave YAOHUSHUA unusual wisdom, and therefore Pharaoh appointed him governor over all Egypt, while also putting him in charge of all the affairs of the palace. But a famine developed in Egypt and Canaan, and there was terrible misery for our forefathers. When their food supply was gone, YAOHUSHUA heard that there was yet grain in Egypt, so he sent his sons to buy some. The second time they went, YAOHUSHUA revealed his real identity to his brothers, and they were made known to Pharaoh. Then YAOHUSHUA sent for his father YAOHUSHUA and all his brothers' families to come to Egypt, 75 persons in all. Therefore YAOHUSHUA came to Egypt, where he died, and all his sons. All of them were taken to Shechem and buried in the tomb of Abraham, bought from the sons of Hamor, Shechem's father. As the time drew near when YAOHUSHUA would fulfill his promise to Abraham to free his offspring from slavery, the Yahudim people greatly multiplied in Egypt. But then a king was crowned who had no respect for the memory of YAOHUSHUA. This king plotted against our race, forcing parents to abandon their children in the fields. About that time, YAOHUSHUA was born, a child of unusual features, and his parents hid him at home for 3 months, and then at last they could no longer keep him hidden and had to abandon him. Pharaoh's daughter found him and adopted him as her own son, and taught him all the wisdom of the Egyptians, and he became a mighty prince and an orator. One day, as he was approaching his 40th birthday, it came into his mind to visit his brothers, the people of YAOHUSHUA, Israel. During this visit, he saw an Egyptian maltreating a man of YAOHUSHUA. So YAOHUSHUA killed the Egyptian. YAOHUSHUA supposed his brothers would realize that YAOHUSHUA had sent him to help them, but they didn't. The next day, he went to visit them again and saw two men of YAOHUSHUA fighting. He tried to be a peacemaker. "Gentlemen," he said, "you are brothers and should not be fighting like this. It is wrong." But the man in the wrong told YAOHUSHUA to mind his own business. "Who made you a ruler and judge over us?" he asked. "Are you going to kill me as you killed that Egyptian Otmol?" At this, YAOHUSHUA fled the country and lived in the land of Midian, where his two sons were born. 40 years later, in the desert near Mount Sinai, an angel appeared to him in a flame of fire in a bush. YAOHUSHUA saw it and wondered what it was. And as he ran to see, the voice of YAOHUSHUA called out to him, "I am YAOHUSHUA of your forefathers, of Abraham, YAOHUSHUA, and YAOHUSHUA." YAOHUSHUA shook with fear and dared not look. And YAOHUSHUA said to him, "Take off your footwear, for you are on holy ground. I have seen the anguish of my people in Egypt and have heard their cries. I have come down to deliver them. Come, I will send you to Egypt." And YAOHUSHUA therefore sent back the same man his people had previously rejected by demanding, "Who made you a ruler and judge over us?" YAOHUSHUA was sent to be their ruler and deliverer, and by means of several remarkable miracles, he led them out of Egypt and through the Red Sea, and back and forth through the wilderness for 40 years. YAOHUSHUA himself told the people of YAOHUSHUA, "YAOHUSHUA will raise up a prophet much like me from among your brethren." How true this proved to be, for in the wilderness, YAOHUSHUA was the mediator between the people of YAOHUSHUA and the angel who gave them the law of YAOHUSHUA, the living word, on Mount Sinai. But our fathers rejected YAOHUSHUA and wanted to return to Egypt. And they told Aharon, "Make idols for us, so we will have powerful spirits to lead us back. For we don't know what has become of this YAOHUSHUA who brought us out of Egypt. And so they made a calf idol and sacrificed to it, and celebrated in this object they had made. Then YAOHUSHUA turned away from them and gave them up, and let them serve the sun, the moon, and Kokavim as their idols. In the prophecies in the book of Amos, YAOHUSHUA asks, "Was it to me you were sacrificing during those 40 years in the desert, YAOHUSHUA? No, your real interest was in your pagan idols Sakut and the star idol Kaiwai, and in all the images you made. So I will send you into captivity far away beyond Babylon." Our forefathers carried along with them a portable temple or tabernacle through the wilderness. In it they kept the Ebanim tablets with the 10 Commandments inscribed on them. This building was made in exact likeness to the plan shown to YAOHUSHUA by the angel. Years later, when YAOHUSHUA led the battles against the Gentile nations, this tabernacle was taken with them into their new territory and used until the time of King Daud. YAOHUSHUA blessed Daud immensely, and Daud asked for the privilege of building a permanent temple for YAOHUSHUA of YAOHUSHUA. But it was Sha'olmo who actually built it. However, YAOHUSHUA doesn't live in temples made by human hands. "The heaven is my throne," says YAOHUSHUA through his prophets, "and the earth is my footrest." What kind of home could you build? Asks YAOHUSHUA. Would I remain in it? Didn't I make both heaven and earth? You stiff-necked pagans, must you forever resist the Ruach YAOHUSHUA? But your fathers did, and so do you. Name one prophet your forefathers did not persecute. They even killed the ones who predicted the coming of the noble one, YAOHUSHUA, the Messiah, whom you betrayed and murdered. Yes, and you deliberately ruined YAOHUSHUA's laws, though you received them from the hands of angels. The Yahudim leaders were agitated to fury by Stephen's accusing them, and ground their teeth in rage. But Stephen, full of the Ruach YAOHUSHUA, gazed fixedly upward into heaven and saw the glory of YAOHUSHUA and YAOHUSHUA upon his feet at YAOHUSHUA's right hand. And he told them, "Look, I see the heavens opened, and YAOHUSHUA, YAOHUSHUA, upon his feet beside YAOHUSHUA at his right hand." Then they mobbed him, putting their hands over their ears and drowning out his voice with their shouts, and dragged him out of the city to kill him with rocks. The official witnesses, the executioners, took off their coats and laid them at the feet of a young man named Shaul. And as the murderous rocks came hurtling at him, Stephen prayed, Malchiul, YAOHUSHUA, receive my ruach, or spirit. And he fell to his knees and finally, with a loud voice said, Malchiul, don't charge them with this sin. And with that, he died. Shaul was in complete agreement with the killing of Stephen. And a terrible wave of persecution of the believers began that day, sweeping over the congregation in YAOHUSHUA Olaim, and everyone except the emissaries fled into Yehuda and Shwamor Yahu. But some upright Yehudim came and with deep sorrow buried Stephen. Shaul was like a wild man, going everywhere to ruin the believers, even entering private homes and dragging out men and women alike and jailing them. But the believers who had fled YAOHUSHUA Olaim went everywhere, proclaiming the glorious message about YAOHUSHUA. Philip, for example, went to the city of Shwamor Yahu and told the people there about Hol Mehushchai, the Messiah. Crowds gave attentive ears to what he had to say because of the miracles he did. Many evil spirits were driven out, screaming as they left their victims, and many who were paralyzed or lame were healed. And there was much delight in the city. A man named Shaul had formerly been a sorcerer there for many years. He was a very influential, proud man because of the amazing feats he could do. In fact, the Shomronim people often spoke of him as the Messiah. But now they believed Philip's message that YAOHUSHUA was the real Hol Mehushchai, or Messiah, and his words about the kingdom of Yahuul, and many men and women were immersed. Then Shaul himself believed and was immersed and began following Philip wherever he went, and was amazed by the miracles he did. When the emissaries back in YAOHUSHUA Olaim, or Jerusalem, heard that the people of Shwamor Yahu had accepted Yahu's message, they sent Paphos and Yahuchanan. As soon as they arrived, they began praying for this new YAOHUSHUA, or believers in the Messiah, YAOHUSHUA, to receive the Ruach HaKodesh, or sanctified spirit, for as yet he had not come upon any of them. For they had only been immersed Behol Shuam, or in the name of Malchiul YAOHUSHUA. Then Paphos and Yahuchanan laid their hands upon these believers, and they received the Ruach HaKodesh. When Shamiul saw this, that the YAOHUSHUA was given when the emissaries laid their hands upon the people's heads, he offered money to buy this power. "Let me have this power too," he exclaimed, "so when I lay my hands on people, they will receive the YAOHUSHUA." But Kahos replied, "Your money perish with you, for thinking Yahuwah's gift can be bought. You can have no part in this, for your heart is not right before Yahuwah. Turn from this awful wickedness and pray. Perhaps Yahuwah will forgive your evil thoughts, for I can see that there is jealousy and sin deep in your heart." "Pray for me," Shamiul exclaimed, "that these horrible things won't happen to me." After testifying and proclaiming in Shwamor Yahu, Kahos and Yahuchanan returned to YAOHUSHUA, stopping in several Shomronim villages along the way to proclaim the glorious message to them too. But as for Philip, an angel of Yahuwah said to him, "Go over to the road that runs from YAOHUSHUA through the Gaza desert, arriving around noon." So he did, and who should be coming down the road but the treasurer of Ethiopia, a eunuch of high rank under Queen Candace. He had gone to YAOHUSHUA to worship at the temple, and was now returning in his chariot, reading aloud from the book of the prophet Yahushua Yahu. The YAOHUSHUA said to Philip, "Go over and walk along beside the chariot." And Philip ran over and heard what he was reading and asked, "Do you comprehend it?" "Absolutely not," the man replied. "How can I when there is no one to teach me?" And he begged Philip to come up into the chariot and sit with him. The passage of scripture he had been reading from was this: "He was led as a sheep to the slaughter, and like a lamb silent before the shearers, so he opened not his mouth. In his humiliation justice was denied him. And who can express the wickedness of the people of his generation? For his life is taken from the earth." The eunuch asked Philip, was Yahushua talking about himself or someone else? So Philip began with this same scripture and then used many others to tell him about Yahushua. As they rode along, they came to a small body of water, and the eunuch said, "Look, water! Why can't I be immersed?" "You can," Philip answered, "if you believe with all your heart." And the eunuch replied, "I believe that Yahushua is Habor, the son of Yahuwah." He stopped the chariot, and they went down into the water, and Philip immersed him. And when they came up out of the water, the Ruach Yahu, or the spirit of Yahushua, caught away Philip, and the eunuch never saw him again, but went on his way full of glorious delight. Meanwhile, Philip found himself in Azotus. He proclaimed the glorious message there, and in every city along the way as he traveled to Caesarea. But Shaul, threatening with every breath and eager to ruin every YAOHUSHUA or believer, went to the high priest in YAOHUSHUA or Jerusalem. He secured a letter addressed to synagogues in Damascus, requiring their cooperation in the persecution of any believers he found there, both men and women, so he could bring them in chains to YAOHUSHUA. As he was about to reach Damascus on this mission, unexpectedly, a brilliant light from heaven spotted down upon him, and he fell to the ground and heard a voice saying to him, "Shaul, Shaul, why are you persecuting me?" "Who is speaking, Maor, sir?" Shaul asked, and the voice replied, "I am YAOHUSHUA Nuzroti, the one you are persecuting. And now, get up and go into the city and await my further orders." The men with Shaul were speechless and bewildered, for they heard the sound of someone's voice, but saw no one. As Shaul picked himself up off the ground, he found that he could no longer see. He had to be led into Damascus and remained there 3 days blind, going without food and water all that time. Now there was in Damascus a believer named Ananias. Hamochiul, or the king, spoke to him in a vision, calling, "Ananias." "Yes, Mochiul," he replied. And Hamochiul, the king, said, "Go over to the Yaoshar road and find the house of a man named Yahuda, and ask there for Shaul of Tarsus. He is praying right now, for I have shown him a vision of a man named Ananias coming in and laying his hands on him so he can see again." "But Mochiul," exclaimed Ananias, "I have heard about the horrible deeds this man has carried out against the believers in YAOHUSHUA, and we hear that he has arrest warrants with him from the chief priests, authorizing him to arrest every believer in Damascus." But Hamochiul said, "Go and do what I say, for Shaul is my elect vessel to take my message to the nations and before kings, as well as to the people of Yahushua. And I will show him how much he must suffer for my shuam, or name." Ananias therefore went over and found Shaul and laid his hands on him and said, Ahi Shaul, or brother Shaul, Hamolchiul, YAOHUSHUA, who appeared to you on the road, has sent me so you may be filled with the Ruach YAOHUSHUA and receive back your sight. Immediately, it was as though scales fell off his eyes. Shaul could see again, and was soonest immersed. Afterwards, he ate and was reinvigorated. He remained with the believers in Damascus for a few days, and went at once to the synagogue to tell everyone there the glorious message about YAOHUSHUA, that he is in fact Habor, or the son of Yahuul. All who heard him were surprised. Isn't this the same man who bitterly persecuted the followers of YAOHUSHUA in YAOHUSHUA Olaim? They asked. And we know that he came here to arrest them all and take them in chains to the chief priests. Shaul became more and more fervent in his proclamations, and the Damascus Yahudim, or Jewish believers, couldn't invalidate his proofs that YAOHUSHUA was in fact the Messiah. After a while, the Yahudim leaders determined to kill him. But Shaul was informed about their plans, that they were watching the gates of the city day and night, prepared to murder him. During that night, therefore, some of his converts let him down in a basket through an opening in the city wall. Upon arrival in YAOHUSHUA Olaim, he tried to meet with the believers, but they were all afraid of him. They thought he was just pretending. Then Barnabas brought him to the emissaries and told them how Shaul had seen Hamolchiul on the way to Damascus, and what Hamolchiul, or the king, had said to him, and all about his powerful messages in the Shuam, or name YAOHUSHUA. Then they accepted him, and after that he was continually with the believers and proclaimed boldly in the Shuam, or name of Hamolchiul, the king. But then some Greek-speaking Yahudim with whom he had argued plotted to murder him. However, when the other believers heard about his being in danger, they took him to Caesarea and then sent him to his home in Tarshish. Meanwhile, the Oholiab, or congregation, had peace all throughout Yahuda, Galul, and Shomor Yahu, and grew in vigor and in numbers. The believers learned how to walk in the reverential fear of Yahuul and in the comfort of the Ruach YAOHUSHUA. Cephas went from place to place to visit them, and in his travels came to the believers in the town of Lydda. There he met a man named Aeneas, paralyzed and bedridden for 8 years. Cephas said to him, Aeneas, YAOHUSHUA, Hol Mehushkai, has healed you. Get up and make your bed clean. And he was healed immediately. The whole population of Lydda and Sharon turned to Hamolchiul when they saw Aeneas walking around. In the city of Yafo, there was a woman named Tabitha, a believer who was always doing kind deeds for others, especially for the poor. About this time, she became ill and died. Her friends prepared her for burial and laid her in an upper room. But when they learned that Paphos was somewhere nearby at Lydda, they sent 2 men to beg him to return with them to Yafo. This he did, and as soon as he arrived, they took him to the upper room where Tabitha lay. The room was filled with weeping widows who were showing one another the coats and the other garments Tabitha had made for them. But Paphos asked them all to leave the room. Then he knelt and prayed. Turning to the body, he said, "Get up, Tabitha." And she opened her eyes. And when she saw Paphos, she sat up, and he gave her his hand and helped her up and called in the believers and widows, showing her to them. The report spread through the town, and many believed in Hamokhiul, or the king. And Paphos remained a long time in Yafo, living with Shamiul the tanner. In Caesarea, there lived a Roman army officer named Cornelius, who was a captain of the Italian regiment. He was a devout man who reverentially feared YAOHUSHUA of YAOHUSHUA, as did his whole household. He gave generously to charity and was a man who regularly prayed to YAOHUSHUA. One afternoon, about 3 o'clock, he had a vision in which he saw an angel of YAOHUSHUA coming toward him. "Cornelius," the angel said, and Cornelius gazed at him in terror. "What is it, sir?" he asked the angel, and the angel replied, "Your prayers and gifts to the poor have not gone unnoticed by YAOHUSHUA. Now send some men down to Yafo to find a man named Shamiul Paphos. He is dwelling with Shamiul, a leather worker who lives near the shore. Invite him to come and visit you." As soon as the angel was gone, Cornelius called 2 of his household servants and a devout guard, one of his own auxiliaries. He told them what had happened and sent them off to Yafo. The next day, as the orderlies of Cornelius were nearing the city, Paphos went up to the flat roof to pray. It was about noon, and he was hungry. But while lunch was being prepared, he fell into a trance. He saw the sky open, and something like a large sheet was let down by its 4 corners. In the sheet were all sorts of animals, reptiles and birds. Then a voice said to him, "Get up, Paphos, slay and eat them." "Never," Mokhiul, Paphos declared. "I have never in all my life eaten anything forbidden by our Yahudim laws. And the voice spoke again, if Yahuwah says something is kosher or permissible, don't say it isn't. The same vision was repeated 3 times. Then the sheet was pulled up again to heaven. Caiaphas was very perplexed. What could the vision mean? At that time, the men sent by Cornelius found a house and were outside at the gate, and they asked if this was the place where Shamuel Caiaphas was. Meanwhile, as Caiaphas was puzzling over the vision, the YAOHUSHUA, or sanctified spirit, said to him, 3 men have come looking for you. Go down and go with them. Don't doubt, all is well, for I have sent them. So Caiaphas went down and said, I'm the man you are looking for. Why have you come? And they said, we were sent by Cornelius, a Roman officer. He is a devout man who reverentially fears Yahuwah of Yahshurul, and is well respected by all the Yahudim. A holy angel directed him to send for you so you can go to his house and give him a message. So Caiaphas invited the men to be his guests for the night. The next day he went with them, accompanied by some other believers from Yaffo, and they arrived in Caesarea the following day. Cornelius was waiting for him and had called together his relatives and close friends to meet Caiaphas. As Caiaphas entered his home, Cornelius fell to the floor before him in worship. But Caiaphas pulled him up and said, Rise up. I too am a human being like you. So Cornelius rose up, and they talked together and went inside where the others were gathered. And Caiaphas told them, You know it is against the Yahudim laws for me to come into a Gentile home like this. But Yahuwah has shown me that I should never think of anyone as impure. So I came as soon as I was sent for. Now tell me why you sent for me. Cornelius replied, 4 days ago, I was praying in my house at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and surprisingly, a man in dazzling clothes arose in front of me. And he told me, Cornelius, your prayers have been heard, and your gifts to the poor have been noticed by Yahuwah. Now send some men to Yaffo and summon Shamuel Caiaphas. He is dwelling in the home of Shamuel, a leather worker who lives near the shore. So I sent for you at once, and it was kind of you to come. Now here we are, waiting before Yahuwah to hear the message that Shamuel has given you. Then Caiaphas replied, I see very clearly that Yahuwah doesn't show partiality. In every nation, he accepts those who reverentially fear him and do what is right. I'm sure you have heard about the glorious message for the people of YAOHUSHUA, that there is peace with YAOHUSHUA through YAOHUSHUA, YAOHUSHUA, who is Molchiul, or King of all. You know what happened all through Yahuda, beginning in Galilee after Yahuchanan the Immerser began proclaiming. And no doubt you know that Yahuul anointed YAOHUSHUA Nuzroti with the Rucha YAOHUSHUA and with power. And then YAOHUSHUA went around doing kindness and healing all who were oppressed by Satan, for Yahuul was with him. And we, emissaries, are witnesses of all he did throughout YAOHUSHUA and in YAOHUSHUA Olain. They put him to death by impaling him, but Yahuul raised him to life 3 days later. Then Yahuul permitted him to appear, not to the general public, but to us whom Yahuul had selected beforehand to be his witnesses. We were those who ate and drank with him after he rose from the dead, and he ordered us to proclaim everywhere and to testify that YAOHUSHUA has been ordained by Yahuul to be the judge of all the living and the dead. He is the one all the prophets testified about, saying that everyone who believes in him will have their sins forgiven through his Shuam, or name. Even as Caiaphas was saying these matters, the Rucha YAOHUSHUA fell upon all who had heard the message. The Yahudim believers who came with Caiaphas were amazed that the gift of the Rucha YAOHUSHUA had been poured out upon the Gentiles too. And there could be no doubt about it, for they heard them speaking in tongues and praising Yahuul. Then Caiaphas asked, now that they have received the Rucha YAOHUSHUA just as we did, can anyone object to their immersion? So he gave orders for them to be immersed Behol Shuam in the name of YAOHUSHUA YAOHUSHUA. Afterwards, Cornelius asked him to remain with them for several days more. Soon the report reached the emissaries and other brethren in Yahuda that Gentiles also were being converted. But when Caiaphas arrived back in YAOHUSHUA Olain, the Yahudim believers argued with him. You fellowshiped with Gentiles and even ate with them, they accused. Then Caiaphas told them the whole report. One day in Yaho, he said, while I was praying, I saw a vision, a huge sheet let down by its 4 corners from the sky. Inside the sheet were all sorts of animals, reptiles and birds, which we are not to eat. And I heard a voice say, kill and eat whatever you wish." "Never, Molchiul," I replied, "for I have never yet eaten anything forbidden by our Yahudim laws." But the voice came again, "Don't say it isn't right when Yahuul declares it is." This happened 3 times before the sheet and all it contained disappeared into heaven. Then 3 men who had come to take me with them to Caesarea arrived at the house where I was dwelling. The Rucha YAOHUSHUA told me to go with them and not to worry about their being Gentiles. These 6 brothers here accompanied me, and we soon arrived at the home of the man who had sent for the orderlies. He told us how an angel had appeared to him and told him to send orderlies to Yahoo to find Shamuel Kahos. He will tell you how you and all your household can be saved, the angel had told him. Well, I began telling them the glorious message, but just as I was beginning with my message, the Rucha YAOHUSHUA came upon them, just as he came on us at the beginning. Then I thought of Hamolkiul's words when he said, "Yes, Yahuchanan immersed with water, but you shall be immersed in the Rucha YAOHUSHUA." And since it was Yahuul who gave these Gentiles the same gift he gave us when we believed in Molchiul YAOHUSHUA, who was I to argue? When the others heard this, all their objections were answered, and they began praising Yahuul. "Yes," they said, "Yahuul has given to the Gentiles too the privilege of turning to him and receiving eternal life." Meanwhile, the believers who fled from YAOHUSHUA Olaim during the persecution after the death of Stephen traveled as far as Phoenicia, Cyprus, and Antioch, spreading the glorious message, but only to the Yahudim. However, some of the believers who went to Antioch from Cyprus and Cyrene also gave their message about Molchiul YAOHUSHUA to some Greeks. And Hamolchiul the king honored this effort, so large numbers of these Gentiles became believers. When the Oholiao, or congregation in YAOHUSHUA Olaim, or Jerusalem, heard what had happened, they sent Barnabas to Antioch to help the new converts. And when he arrived and saw the glorious deeds Yahuul was in fact doing, he was filled with excitement and delight, and encouraged the believers to keep close to Yahuul, whatever the cost. Barnabas was a kindly person, full of the Rucha YAOHUSHUA and durable in faith. As a result, large numbers of people were added to Yahuul. Then Barnabas went on to Tarsus to search for Shaul. And when he found him, he brought him back to Antioch, and both of them remained there for a full year, teaching the many new converts. It was there at Antioch that believers were first called YAOHUSHUA, or believers in the Messiah, YAOHUSHUA. During this time, some prophets came down from YAOHUSHUA to Antioch, and one of them, named Agabus, arose in one of the meetings to predict by the Ruach, or Spirit, that a severe famine was coming upon the land of YAOHUSHUA. This was fulfilled during the reign of Claudius. So the believers concluded to send relief to the YAOHUSHUA in Yahuda, each giving as much as he could. This they did, giving their gifts to Barnabas and Shaul to take to the elders of the Oholyaw, or congregation in YAOHUSHUA, or Jerusalem. About that time, King Herod moved against some of the believers and killed the emissary YAOHUSHUA, the brother of YAOHUSHUA. When Herod saw how much this pleased the Yahudim leaders, he apprehended Capos during the Hoskayaw celebration and imprisoned him, placing him under the watch of 16 guards. Herod's plan was to deliver Capos to the Yahudim for execution after the Hoskayaw, or Passover. But earnest prayer was going up to Yahuul from the Oholyaw for his safety all the time he was in prison. The night before he was to be executed, he was asleep, double-chained between two guards with others up on guard before the prison gate, when unexpectedly there was a light in the cell, and an angel of Yahuul arose beside Capos. The angel tapped him on the side to awaken him and said, "Quick, get up." And the chains fell off his wrists. Then the angel told him, "Get dressed. Also, put on your footwear." And he did. "Now put on your tunic and follow me," the angel ordered. So Capos left the cell, following the angel. But all the time he thought it was a dream or a vision, and didn't believe it was really happening. They passed the first as well as the second cell blocks and came to the iron gate to the road, and this opened to them by itself. So they walked through and went along together for a block, and then the angel left him. Capos finally realized what had happened. "It's really true," he said to himself. "Yahuul has sent his angel and saved me from Herod and from what the Yahudim were hoping to do to me." After a little thought, he went to the home of Mauroem, mother of Yahushua Mark, where many were gathered for a prayer meeting. He knocked at the door in the gate, and a girl named Rhoda came to open it. When she recognized the voice of Capos, she was so ecstatic that she ran back inside to tell everyone that Capos was up on his feet outside by the road. They didn't believe her. "You're out of your mind," they said. Because she was adamant, they concluded it must be his angel. They must have killed him. Meanwhile, Kapos continued knocking, and when they finally went out and opened the door, their surprise knew no bounds. He motioned for them to quiet down and told them what had happened and how YAOHUSHUA had brought him out of jail. "Tell YAOHUSHUA and the others what happened," he said, and left for safer quarters. At dawn, the jail was in terrible commotion about what had happened to Kapos. When Herod Agrippa sent for him and found that he was not there, he had the 16 guards apprehended, court-martialed, and condemned to death. Afterwards, he left to live in Caesarea for a while. While he was in Caesarea, a delegation from Tyre and Sidon arrived to see him. He was highly displeased with the people of those two cities, but the delegates made friends with Blastus, the royal secretary, and asked for peace, for their cities were economically dependent upon trade with Herod's country. An appointment with Herod was granted, and when the day arrived, he put on his royal robes, sat upon his royal throne, and made a speech to them. At its conclusion, the people gave him a grand ovation with loud voices proclaiming, "It is the voice of the Most High, the eternal Creator, and not of a man." Immediately, an angel of YAOHUSHUA plagued Herod with a sickness, so he was filled with maggots and died, because he accepted the people's worship and did not give the glory to YAOHUSHUA. YAOHUSHUA's glorious message was spreading rapidly, and there were many new believers. Barnabas and Shaul now went to visit YAOHUSHUA Olim, and as soon as they had finished their business, returned to Antioch, taking Yahuchanan Mark with them. Among the prophets and teachers of the congregation at Antioch were Barnabas and Shammai, also called the Black Man, and Lucius, Manaen, the nurture brother of King Herod, and Shaul. One day, as these men were worshipping and were on a fast, the Ruach YAOHUSHUA, or Sanctified Spirit, said, "Dedicate Barnabas and Shaul for a special mission I have for them." So after more fasts and prayer, the men laid their hands on them and sent them on their way. Directed by the Ruach YAOHUSHUA, they went to Seleucia and then sailed for Cyprus. There, in the town of Salamis, they went to the Yahudi synagogue and proclaimed. Yahuchanan Mark went with them as their auxiliary. Afterwards, they proclaimed from town to town throughout the whole island until finally they reached Paphos, where they met a Jewish sorcerer, a fake prophet named Bar Yeshua. He had attached himself to the governor, Sergius Paulus, a man of significant insight as well as comprehension. The governor invited Barnabas and Shaul to visit him, for he wanted to hear their message from YAOHUSHUA. But the sorcerer Elymas, his name in Greek, interfered and urged the governor to take no heed to what Shaul and Barnabas said, trying to keep him from believing in YAOHUSHUA. Then Shaul, filled with the YAOHUSHUA, looked angrily at the sorcerer and said, "You, son of Hasatan, full of every sort of trickery and villainy, enemy of all that is right, will you never end your hostility to YAOHUSHUA? And now YAOHUSHUA has laid his hand of punishment upon you, and you will be plagued a while with blindness." Immediately, mist with darkness fell upon him, and he began wandering around, begging for someone to take his hand and lead him. When the governor saw what happened, he believed and was shocked at the power of YAOHUSHUA's message. Now Shaul and those with him left Paphos by ship for Turkey, landing at the port town of Perga. There Yahuchanan forsook them and returned to YAOHUSHUA or Jerusalem. But Barnabas and Shaul went on to Antioch, a city in the province of Pisidia. On the day of Shabbos, they went into the synagogue for the services. After the usual readings from the books of YAOHUSHUA and from the prophets, those in charge of the service sent them this message: "Brethren, if you have any word of learning for us, come and give it." And Shaul arose, he waved a greeting to them and began. "Men of YAOHUSHUA," he said, "and all others here who reverence YAOHUSHUA, let me begin my remarks with a bit of recollection from our past. YAOHUSHUA of this nation, YAOHUSHUA, selected our forefathers and honored them in Egypt by gloriously leading them out of their slavery. And he nursed them through 40 years of wandering around in the wilderness. Then he ruined 7 nations in Canaan and gave YAOHUSHUA their land as inheritance. Judges ruled for about 450 years and were followed by Shamuel the prophet. Then the people begged for a king, and YAOHUSHUA gave them Shaul, son of Kish, a man of the tribe of Benjamin, who reigned for 40 years. But YAOHUSHUA removed him and replaced him with Daud as king, a man about whom YAOHUSHUA said, "Daud, son of YAOHUSHUA, is a man after my own heart, for he will obey me." And it is one of King Daud's offsprings YAOHUSHUA, who is Yahuul's promised Savior of Yahshurul. But before he came, Yahuchanan the Immerser proclaimed the need for everyone in Yahshurul to turn from sin to Yahuul. As Yahuchanan was completing his work, he asked, "Do you think I am Hol Mehushchai? No, but he is coming soon, and in comparison with him, I am utterly worthless." Brethren, you sons of Abraham, and also all of you Gentiles here who reverence Yahuul, this salvation is for all of us. The Yahudim in Yahushua Olam and their leaders fulfilled prophecy by killing Yahushua, for they didn't recognize him nor realize that he is the one the prophets had written about, though they heard the prophet's words read every Shabbos. They found no just cause to execute him, but asked Pilate to have him killed anyway. When they had fulfilled all the prophecies about his death, he was taken from the tree and then buried in a tomb. But Yahuul brought him back to life again, and he was seen many times during the next few days by the men who had accompanied him to Yahushua Olam from Galilee. These men have continually testified to this in public witness. And now Barnabas and I are here to bring you this glorious message that Yahuul's promise to our forefathers has come true in our own time, in that Yahuul brought Yahushua back to life again. This is what the second psalm is talking about when it says about Yahushua, "Today I have honored you as my son." For Yahuul had promised to bring him back to life again, no more to die. This is mentioned in the scripture that says, "I will do for you the wonderful thing I promised Daud." In another psalm, he explained more fully, saying, "Yahuul will not let his Holy One decay." This was not a reference to Daud, for after Daud had served his generation according to the will of Yahuul, he died and was buried, and his body decayed. No, it was a reference to another, someone Yahuul brought back to life, whose body was not touched at all by the ravages of death. Brethren, hear me. In this man, Yahushua, there is forgiveness for your sins. Everyone who trusts in him is freed from all guilt and declared upright, something the Yahudim law could never do. Oh, be careful. Don't let the prophet's words apply to you, for they said, "Look and perish, you despisers of the truth, for I'm doing something in your day, something that you won't believe when you hear it announced." As the people left the synagogue that day, they asked Shaul to return and speak to them again the next week. And many Yahudim and upright Gentiles who worshipped at the synagogue followed Shaul and Barnabas down the road as the two men urged them to accept the mercies Yahushua was offering. The following week, almost the entire city turned out to hear them proclaim the word of Yahushua. But when the Yahudim saw the crowds, they were jealous and cursed, also argued against whatever Shaul said. Then Shaul and Barnabas spoke out boldly and declared it was necessary that this glorious message from Yahushua should be given first to you, Yahudim. But since you have rejected it and shown yourselves unworthy of eternal life, well, we will offer it to the Gentiles. For this is as Yahushua commanded when he said, I have made you a light to the Gentiles to lead them from the farthest corners of the earth to my salvation. When the Gentiles heard this, they were very delighted and were happy in Shaul's message. And as many as wanted eternal life believed. Therefore, Yahush's message spread all through that region. Then the Yahudim leaders agitated both the upright women and the civic leaders of the city and instigated a mob against Shaul and Barnabas and ran them out of town. But they shook off the dust of their feet against the town and went on to the city of Iconium. And their converts were filled with delight and with the Ruach YAOHUSHUA. At Iconium, Shaul and Barnabas went together to the synagogue and proclaimed with such power that many, both Yahudim and Gentiles, believed. But the Yahudim who spurned Yahush's message instigated disbelief among the Gentiles against Shaul and Barnabas, saying all sorts of evil things about them. Nevertheless, they remained there a long time, proclaiming boldly, and Yahushua proved their message was from him by giving them power to do great miracles. But the people of the city were divided in their opinion about them. Some agreed with the Yahudim leaders, and some were loyal to the emissaries. When Shaul and Barnabas learned of a plot to incite a mob of Gentiles and Yahudim leaders to attack them with rocks, they fled for their lives, going to the cities of Lycaonia, Lystra, Derbe, and the surrounding areas, proclaiming the glorious message. While they were at Lystra, they came upon a man with crippled feet, who had been that way from birth, so he had never walked. He was eagerly attentive as Shaul was proclaiming, and Shaul noticed him and realized he had faith to be healed. Shaul therefore called to him, "Rise up!" And the man leaped to his feet and began walking. When the hearing crowd saw what Shaul had done, they loudly exclaimed in their local dialect, of course, "These men are omnipotent ones in human bodies." And they decided that Barnabas was the Greek idol Jupiter, and that Shaul, because he was the chief speaker, was Mercury. The local priest of the temple of Jupiter, located on the outskirts of the city, brought them cartloads of flowers and prepared to sacrifice oxen to them at the city gates before the crowds. But when Barnabas and Shaul saw what was happening, they ripped at their clothing in dismay and ran out among the people yelling, "People, what are you doing? We are merely human beings like yourselves. We have come to bring you the glorious message that you are invited to turn from the worship of these foolish idols and to pray to the living YAOHUSHUA, who made heaven and earth and sea and everything in them. In bygone days, he permitted the nations to go their own ways, but he never left himself without a witness. There were always his reminders, the kind things he did, such as giving you rain and fine crops and providing you food and happiness." But even so, Shaul and Barnabas could scarcely stop the people from sacrificing to them. Yet, only a few days later, some Yahudim arrived from Antioch and Iconium and turned the crowds into a murderous mob that threw rocks at Shaul and dragged him out of the city, apparently dead. But as the believers gathered around him, he rose up and went back into the city. The next day, he left with Barnabas for Derbe. After proclaiming there the glorious message and making many disciples, they returned again to Lystra, Iconium, and Antioch, where they helped the believers to grow in love for YAOHUSHUA and one another. They encouraged them to continue in the faith in spite of all the persecution, reminding them that they must enter into the kingdom of YAOHUSHUA through many tribulations. Shaul and Barnabas also appointed elders in every congregation, and with fast prayed for them, turning them over to the care of YAOHUSHUA, in whom they depended fully. Then they traveled back through Pisidia to Pamphylia, proclaimed again in Perga, and went on to Attalia. Finally, they returned by ship to Antioch, where their journey had begun and where they had been committed to YAOHUSHUA for the work now completed. Upon arrival, they called together the believers and reported on their trip, telling how YAOHUSHUA had opened the door of faith to the Gentiles too. And they remained there with the believers at Antioch for a long while. While Shaul and Barnabas were at Antioch, some men from Yehuda arrived and began to teach the believers that unless they adhere to the ancient Yahudi custom of circumcision, they could not be saved. Shaul and Barnabas argued and discussed this with them at length, and finally the believers sent them to YAOHUSHUA, accompanied by some local men, to talk to the emissary and elders there about this matter. After the entire Oholyahu or congregation had escorted them out of the city, the delegates went on to YAOHUSHUA, stopping along the way in the cities of Phoenicia and Shwamoryahu to visit the believers, telling them, much to everyone's delight, that the Gentiles too were being converted. Arriving in YAOHUSHUA, they met with the leaders of the Oholyahu. All the emissaries and elders were present, and Shaul and Barnabas reported on what Yahushua had been doing through their rendering spiritual service. But then some of the men who had been Parshim or Pharisees before their conversion rose up on their feet and declared that all Gentile converts must be circumcised and required to follow all the Yahudim customs and ceremonies. So the emissaries and elders of the Oholyahu scheduled a further meeting to decide this matter. At the meeting, after a long discussion, Cephas arose and addressed them as follows: Brethren, you all know that Yahushua appointed me from among you long ago to proclaim the glorious message to the Gentiles, so they also could believe. Yahushua, who knows men's hearts, confirmed the fact that he accepts Gentiles by giving them the YAOHUSHUA, just as he gave him to us. He made no difference between them and us, for he cleansed their lives through faith, just like he did ours. And now, are you going to correct Yahushua by burdening the Gentiles with a yoke that neither we nor our fathers were able to bear? Don't you believe that all are saved the same way, by the free gift of YAOHUSHUA? There was no further discussion, and everyone now took heed as Barnabas and Shaul told about the miracles Yahushua had done through them among the Gentiles. When they had finished, Yahushua took the floor. Brethren, he said, hear me well. Cephas has told you about the time Yahushua first went among the Gentiles to take from them a people to bring honor to his shuam or name. And this fact of Gentile conversion agrees with what the prophets predicted. For example, hear this passage from the prophet Amos. Afterwards, says Yahushua, I will return and renew the broken contract with Daud, So the Gentiles too will find YAOHUSHUA, all those marked with my shuam or name. This is what YAOHUSHUA says, who reveals his plans made from the beginning. And so, my conclusion is that we should not insist that the Gentiles who turn to YAOHUSHUA must obey our Yahudim laws, except that we should write to them that they must refrain from eating meat sacrificed to idols, and from all fornication, and also from eating unbled meat of strangled animals. For these matters have been proclaimed against in Yahudim synagogues in every city on every Shabbos for many generations. Then the emissaries and elders and the whole congregation voted to send delegates to Antioch with Shaul and Barnabas to report on this verdict. The men selected were two of the leaders of the Oholiab, Yehuda, also called Barsabbas, and Silwan. This is the letter they took along with them. From the emissaries, elders, and brethren at YAOHUSHUA Olaim, to the Gentile brethren in Antioch, Syria, and Cilicia, Shua Olaim. We comprehend that some believers from here have upset you and cast doubts to your salvation, but they had no such mandate from us. So it seemed wise to us, having unanimously agreed on our verdict, to send to you these two official representatives, along with our beloved Barnabas and Shaul. These men, Yehuda and Silwan, who have risked their lives for the sake of our Molchiul YAOHUSHUA, Hol Mehushkai, will confirm vocally what we have concluded in regard to your query. For it seemed correct to the Ruka YAOHUSHUA and to us to lay no greater burden of Yahudim laws on you than to refrain from eating food offered to idols, and from unbled meat of strangled animals, and of course from fornication. If you adhere to this, it is enough. Shua Olaim, farewell. The 4 couriers went at once to Antioch, where they called a general meeting of the YAOHUSHUAhim and gave them the letter. And there was great delight throughout the Oholiab or congregation that day as they read it. Then Yehuda and Silwan, both being gifted speakers, proclaimed long messages to the believers, edifying their faith. They remained there for several days more, and then Yehuda and Silwan returned to YAOHUSHUA Olaim, taking greetings and gratitude to those who had sent them. Shaul and Barnabas remained on at Antioch to assist several others who were proclaiming and teaching there. Several days later, Shaul recommended to Barnabas that they return again to Turkey and visit each city where they had proclaimed before, to see how the new converts were getting along. Barnabas agreed and wanted to take along Yehochanan Mark. But Shaul didn't like that idea at all, since Yahuchanan had left them in Pamphylia. Their disagreement over this was very sharp that they separated. Barnabas took Mark with him and sailed for Cyprus, while Shaul preferred Silwan and, with the blessing of the believers, left for Syria and Cilicia to encourage the congregations there. Shaul and Silwan went first to Derbe and then on to Lystra, where they met Yahutam, a believer whose mother was a Yahudia, YAOHUSHUA, female Jewish believer, but his father a Greek. Yahutam was well thought of by the brethren in Lystra and Iconium. Therefore Shaul asked him to team up with them on their journey. In deference to the Yahudim of the area, he circumcised Yahutam before they left, for everyone knew that his father was a Greek and hadn't permitted this before. Then they went from city to city, making known the verdict regarding the Gentiles, as reached by the emissaries and elders in YAOHUSHUA Olim. So the Oholyahu, or congregation, grew daily in faith and numbers. Next, they traveled through Phrygia and Galatia, because the Rucha YAOHUSHUA had told them not to go into the Turkish province of Asia at that time. Then, going along the borders of Mysia, they headed north for the province of Bithynia, but again the Rucha YAOHUSHUA said no. So alternatively, they went on through Mysia province to the city of Troas. And that night Shaul had a vision. In his dream he saw a man over in Macedonia, Greece, pleading with him, "Come over here and help us." Well, that determined it. We would go to Macedonia, for we could only conclude that Yahuwah was dispatching us to proclaim the glorious message over there. We went aboard a boat at Troas and sailed directly over to Samothrace, and the next day on to Neapolis, and finally reached Philippi, a Roman colony just inside the border of Macedonia, and remained there several days. On Shabbos, we went a little way outside the city to a river bank where we have heard some people met for prayer, and we taught the scriptures to some women who came. One of them was Lydia, a saleswoman from Thyatira, a merchant of purple cloth. She was already a worshipper of Yahuwah, and as she heard us, Yahuwah opened her heart, and she accepted all that Shaul was saying. She was baptized along with all her household and asked us to be her guests. "If you agree that I am faithful to Yahuwah," she said, "come and remain for a while at my home." And she urged us until we did. One day, as we were going down to the place of prayer beside the river, we met a demon-possessed slave girl who was a fortune teller and earned much money for her bosses. She followed along behind us, yelling, "These men are servants of the Most High, and they have come to tell you how to have your sins forgiven." This went on day after day until Shaul, in deep turmoil, turned and spoke to the evil spirit within her. "I command you, YAOHUSHUA, YAOHUSHUA, Hol Mehushchai, to come out of her," he said, and immediately it left her. Her boss's hopes of wealth were now ruined, and they grabbed Shaul and Silwan and dragged them before the judges at the marketplace. "These Yahudim are corrupting our city," they yelled. "They are teaching the people to do things that are against the Roman laws." A mob was quickly formed against Shaul and Silwan, and the judges ordered them disrobed and beaten with wooden whips. Again and again, the rods slashed all over their bared backs, and afterwards they were thrown into prison. The jailer was seriously threatened with death if they escaped, so he took no chances but put them into the inner dungeon and clamped their feet into the stocks. Around midnight, as Shaul and Silwan were praying and singing hymns to Yahushua, and the others incarcerated were all ears, unexpectedly there was a terrible earthquake. The prison was shaken to its foundations, all the doors flew open, and the chains of everyone incarcerated fell off. The jailer wakened to see the prison doors wide open, and assuming those incarcerated had escaped, he drew his sword to kill himself. But Shaul yelled to him, "Don't do it, we're all here." Trembling with fear, the jailer called for lights and ran to the dungeon and fell down before Shaul and Silwan. He brought them out and begged them, "Sirs, what must I do to be saved?" And they replied, "Believe in Mochiul YAOHUSHUA, and you will be saved, and your entire household." And then they told him and all his household the glorious message from Yahushua. That same hour he washed their wounds, and he and all his family were baptized. Then he brought them up into his house and set a meal before them. How he and his household were filled with delight, because all were now believers. The next morning, the judges sent police officers over to tell the jailer, "Let those men go." So the jailer told Shaul they were free to leave. But Shaul replied, "Oh no, they don't. They have publicly beaten us without trial and jailed us, and we are Roman citizens. So now they want us to leave secretly? Never. Let them come themselves and release us." The police officers reported to the judges, who feared for their lives when they heard that Shaul and Silwan were Roman citizens. So they came to the jail and begged them to go, and brought them out and pled with them to leave the city. Shaul and Silwan then returned to the home of Lydia, where they met with the believers and proclaimed to them once more before leaving town. Now they traveled through the cities of Amphipolis and Apollonia and came to Thessalonica, where there was a Yahudi synagogue. As was the custom of Shaul, he went there to proclaim, and for 3 consecutive Shabuos, he opened the scriptures to the people, explaining the prophecies about the sufferings of YAOHUSHUA and his coming back to life, and proving that YAOHUSHUA is in fact YAOHUSHUA, the Messiah. Some who heard were convinced and became converts, including a large number of upright Greek men and also many important women of the city. But the Yahudim leaders were jealous and agitated some worthless fellows along the roads to form a mob and spark a riot. They attacked the home of Jason, planning to take Shaul and Silwan to the city council for punishment. Not finding them there, they then dragged out Jason and some of the other believers and took them before the council. Shaul and Silwan have confounded the rest of the world, and now they are here, troubling our city, they yelled. And Jason has let them into his home. They are all guilty of treason, for they claim another king, YAOHUSHUA, in place of Caesar. The people of the city, as well as the judges, were concerned at these reports and let them go only after they had given their bail. That night, the YAOHUSHUAhim, or believers, hurried Shaul and Silwan to Berea, and as usual, they went to the synagogue to proclaim. But the people of Berea were more open-minded than those in Thessalonica, and they delightfully received the message. They searched the scriptures day by day to check up on the declarations of Shaul and Silwan to see if they were really so. As a result, many of them believed, including several prominent Greek women and many men also. But when the Yahudim in Thessalonica learned that Shaul was proclaiming in Berea, they went over and began their incitement. The believers acted at once, dispatching Shaul on to the coast, while Silwan and Yahutam remained behind. Those accompanying Shaul went on with him to Athens, and then returned to Berea with a message for Silwan and Yahutam to hurry and come to him. While Shaul was waiting for them in Athens, he was deeply troubled by all the idols he saw everywhere throughout the city. He went to the synagogue for discussions with the Yahudim and the devout Gentiles, and spoke daily in the public square to all who happened to be there. He also had an encounter with some of the Epicurean and Stoic philosophers, and their reaction when he told them about YAOHUSHUA and his resurrection was, "He's a dreamer," or "He's promoting some foreign religion." But they invited him to the forum at Mars Hill. "Come and tell us more about this new religion," they said, "for you are saying some rather surprising allegations and we want to hear more. I should explain that all the Athenians as well as the foreigners in Athens seemed to spend all their time discussing the latest new ideas. Shaul, therefore, arisen before them at Mars Hill Forum, addressed them as follows. Men of Athens, I notice that you are very religious, for as I was out walking, I saw your many altars, and one of them had this inscription on it, to the unknown Creator. You have been worshipping him without knowing who he is, and now I wish to tell you about him. He made the world and everything in it, and since he is King of heaven and earth, he doesn't live in man-made temples, and human hands can't serve his needs, for he has no needs. He himself gives life and breath to everything and satisfies every need there is. He created all the people of the world from one man, Adam, and scattered the nations all throughout the face of the earth. He determined beforehand which should rise and fall and when. He marked their boundaries. His purpose in all of this is that they should seek after YAOHUSHUA and perhaps feel their way toward him and find him, though he is not far from any one of us, for in him we live and move and do exist. As one of your own poets says it, we are the children of the eternal Creator. If this is really true, we should never think of YAOHUSHUA as an idol made by men from gold or silver or chipped from a rock. YAOHUSHUA tolerated man's past ignorance about these matters, but now he commands everyone to put away idols and worship only him. For he has set a day for justly judging the world by the man he has appointed, and has pointed him out by bringing him back to life again. When they heard Shaul speak of the resurrection of a person who had been dead, some laughed, but others said, "We want to hear more about this later." That ended Shaul's discussion with them, but a few teamed up with him and became believers. Among them was Dionysius, a member of the city council, and a woman named Damaris, and others. Then Shaul left Athens and went to Corinth, and there he became acquainted with a Yahudi named Aquila, born in Pontus, who had recently arrived from Italy with his wife Priscilla. They had been expelled from Italy as a result of Claudius Caesar's order to expel all Yahudim from Rome. Shaul lived and worked with them, for they were tent makers just as he was. Each Shabbos found Shaul at the synagogue, trying to convince the Yahudim and Greeks alike. And after the arrival of Silwan and Yahutam from Macedonia, Shaul spent his full time proclaiming and testifying to the Yahudim that YAOHUSHUA is YAOHUSHUA, the Messiah. But when the Yehudim opposed him and blasphemed, hurling abuse at YAOHUSHUA, Shaul shook off the dust from his robe and said, "Your blood be upon your own heads. I am innocent from now on. I will proclaim to the Gentiles." After that, he remained with Titus Justus, a Gentile who worshipped Yahuul and lived next to the synagogue. However, Crispus, the leader of the synagogue, and all his household believed in Malchiul YAOHUSHUA and were immersed, as were many others in Corinth. One night, Malchiul YAOHUSHUA spoke to Shaul in a vision and told him, "Don't be afraid. Speak out. Don't quit. For I am with you, and no one can harm you. Many people here in this city belong to me." Shaul therefore remained there the next year and a half, teaching the truths of Yahuul. But when Gallio became governor of Achaia, the Yehudim clamored in conspired action against Shaul and brought him before the governor for judgment. They accused Shaul of convincing people to worship Yahuul in ways that are contrary to Roman law. But just as Shaul began to make his defense, Gallio turned to his accusers and said, "Hearken, you Yehudim, if this were a case involving some crime, I would be obliged to hear you. But since it is merely a bunch of arguments on semantics and names and your silly Yehudim laws, you take care of it. I'm not eager, and I'm not touching it." And he drove them out of the courtroom. Then the mob grabbed Sosthenes, the new leader of the synagogue, and beat him outside the courtroom. But Gallio couldn't have cared less. Shaul remained in the city several days after that, and then said farewell to the Yahushua and sailed for the coast of Syria, taking Priscilla and Aquila with him. At Cenchreae, Shaul had his head shaved according to the Yehudim custom because he had taken a vow. Arriving at the port of Ephesus, he left us aboard ship while he went over to the synagogue for a discussion with the Yehudim. They asked him to remain for a few days, but he felt that he had no time to lose. "I must by all means be at YAOHUSHUA Olim, or Jerusalem, for the holiday," he said, but he promised to return to Ephesus later if Yahuul permitted, and so he set sail again. The next stop was at the port of Caesarea, from where he paid a visit to the Oholiahu, a congregation at YAOHUSHUA Olim, and then sailed on to Antioch. After spending some time there, he left for Turkey again, going through Galatia and Phrygia to visit all the believers, encouraging them and helping them grow in Malchiul YAOHUSHUA. As it happened, a Yahudi named Apollos, an exemplary scripture teacher and proclaimer, had just arrived in Ephesus from Alexandria in Egypt. While he was in Egypt, someone had told him about Yahuchanan the Immerser and what Yahuchanan had said about YAOHUSHUA, but that was all he knew. He had never heard the rest of the message. So he was proclaiming boldly and zealously in the synagogue, "Hol Mehushchai, the Messiah is coming. Get ready to receive him." Priscilla and Aquila were there and heard him, and it was a powerful proclamation. Afterwards, they met with him and explained what had happened to YAOHUSHUA since the time of Yahuchanan and all that it meant. Apollos had been thinking about going to Greece, and the believers encouraged him in this. They wrote to their fellow believers there, telling them to welcome him. And upon his arrival in Greece, he was greatly used by YAOHUSHUA to edify the Oholiao or congregation, for he powerfully refuted all the Yahudim arguments in a public debate, proving by the scriptures that YAOHUSHUA is really Hol Mehushchai, the Messiah. While Apollos was in Corinth, Shaul traveled through Turkey and arrived in Ephesus, where he found several disciples. "Did you receive the Ruach HaHoshua when you believed?" he asked them. "No," they replied, "we don't know what you mean." "What is the Ruach HaHoshua?" "Then what beliefs did you acknowledge at your baptism?" he asked. And they replied, "What Yahuchanan the Immerser taught." Then Shaul pointed out to them that Yahuchanan's baptism was to express a desire to turn from sin to Yahuwah, and that those receiving his immersion must forthwith go on to believe in YAOHUSHUA, the one Yahuchanan said would come later. When they heard this, they were baptized in the shuam or name of Molchiul YAOHUSHUA. Then when Shaul laid his hands upon their heads, the Ruach HaHoshua came upon them as they spoke in other languages and prophesied. The men involved were about 12 in number. Then Shaul went to the synagogue and proclaimed boldly each Shabbos day for 3 months, telling what he believed and why, and convincing many to believe in YAOHUSHUA. But some rejected his message and publicly spoke against Hol Mehushchai. So he left, refusing to proclaim to them again. Pulling out the believers, he began a separate meeting at the lecture hall of Tyrannus and lectured there daily. This went on for 2 years, so everyone in the Turkish province of Asia, both Yahudim and Greeks, heard the message of Molchiul YAOHUSHUA. And Yahuwah gave Shaul the power to do unusual miracles, that even when his handkerchiefs or parts of his clothing were placed upon sick people, they were healed, and any evil spirits within them came out. A team of itinerant Yahudim who were traveling from town to town expelling out demons, planned to experiment by using the shuam of Mochiul YAOHUSHUA. The incantation they connived on was this: I adjure you by YAOHUSHUA, whom Shaul proclaims, to come out. 7 sons of Sceva, a Yahudim priest, were doing this. But when they tried it on a man possessed by an evil spirit, the evil spirit replied, I know YAOHUSHUA and I know Shaul, but who are you? And he leaped on 2 of them and beat them up. So they fled out of his house, naked and badly injured. The event of what had happened spread quickly all through Ephesus, to Yahudim and Greeks alike, and a solemn reverential fear came upon the city, and the Shuam name of Mochiul YAOHUSHUA was greatly honored. Many of the believers who had been practicing black magic confessed their deeds and brought their incantation books and charms and burned them at a public open fire, and someone estimated the value of the books at around 40,000 shekels. This indicates how deeply the whole area was moved by Yahuwah's message. Afterwards, Shaul felt impelled by the Rucha Holhod Shua to go over to Greece before returning to YAOHUSHUA Olim. And after that he said, I must go on to Rome. He sent his 2 auxiliaries, Yahutam and Erastus, on ahead to Greece, while he remained a while longer in Turkey. But about that time, a big blow-up developed in Ephesus involving the YAOHUSHUA, or believers in the Messiah YAOHUSHUA. It began with Demetrius, a silversmith who employed many craftsmen to manufacture silver shrines of the Greek goddess Diana. He called a meeting of his men together with others employed in related trades and addressed them as follows: Gentlemen, this business is our income, as you know so well. From what you've seen and heard, this man Shaul has convinced many people that handmade idols aren't omnipotent creators at all. As a result, our sales volume is going down, and this trend is evident not only here in Ephesus, but throughout the entire province. Of course, I'm not only talking about the business aspects of this problem and our loss of income, but also of the possibility that the temple of the great goddess Diana will lose its influence, and that Diana, this magnificent goddess, worshipped not only throughout this part of Turkey, but all around the world, will soon be abandoned. At this, their anger boiled, and they began yelling, "Great is Diana of the Ephesians!" A crowd began to gather, and soon the city was filled with confusion. Everyone rushed to the amphitheater, dragging along Gaius and Aristarchus, the traveling companions of Shaul, for trial. Shaul wanted to go in, but the disciples wouldn't let him in. Some of the Roman officers of the province, friends of Shaul,
also sent a message to him, begging him not to risk his life by entering. Inside, the people were all yelling, some one thing and some another. Everything was in confusion. In fact, most of them didn't even know why they were there. Alexander was spotted among the crowd by some of the Yahudim and dragged forward. He motioned for silence and tried to speak. But when the crowd realized he was a Yahudi, they began yelling again and kept it up for 2 hours. Great is the Yana of the Ephesians. Great is the Yana of the Ephesians. At last, the mayor was able to quiet them down enough to speak. Men of Ephesus, he said, everyone knows that Ephesus is the headquarters of the religion of the great Diana, whose image fell down to us from the sky. Since this is an indisputable fact, you should not be agitated no matter what is said, and should do nothing rash. Yet you have brought this man here who have taken nothing from her temple, and have not defamed her. If Demetrius and the craftsmen have a case against them, the courts are currently hearing cases, and the judges can take the case at once. Let them go through legal channels. And if there are complaints about other matters, they can be adjudicated at the regular city council meetings, for we are in danger of being called to account by the Roman government for today's riot, since there is no cause for it. And if Rome demands an explanation, I won't know what to say. Then he dismissed them, and they dispersed. When it was all over, Shaul sent for the disciples, gave a parting message to them, said farewell, and left for Greece, proclaiming to the believers along the way in all the cities he went through. He was in Greece 3 months and was preparing to sail for Syria when he discovered a plot by the Yahudim against his life. So he determined to go north to Macedonia first. Several men were traveling with him, going as far as Turkey. They were Sopater of Berea, the son of Pyrrhus, Aristarchus and Secundus from Thessalonica, Gaius from Derbe, and Yahutam and Tishiku and Trophimus, who were returning to their homes in Turkey, and had gone on ahead, and were waiting for us at Troas. As soon as the Paschal or Passover ceremonies ended, we boarded ship at Philippi in northern Greece, and 5 days later arrived in Troas, Turkey, where we remained a week. On the first day of the week, we gathered to break bread, with Shaul giving the homily or sermon, and since he was leaving the next day, he talked until midnight. The upper room where we met was lighted with many flickering lamps, and as Shaul spoke on and on, a young man named Eutychu, perched upon the window sill, went fast asleep and fell 3 floors to his death below. Shaul went down and took him into his arms. "Don't worry," he said, "he's all right." And he was. What a wave of awesome glee
swept through the crowd. They all went back to the upper room and broke bread together. Then Shaul gave another long homily, so it was daybreak when he finally left them. Shaul was going by land to Assos, and we went on ahead by ship. He joined us over there, and we sailed together to Mytilene. The next day we passed Chios. The next we touched at Samos, and a day later we arrived at Miletus. Shaul had concluded against stopping at Ephesus this time, as he was hurrying to get to YAOHUSHUA, if possible, for the celebration of Shabuos or Pentecost. But when we landed at Miletus, he sent a message to the elders of the YAOHUSHUA at Ephesus, asking them to come down to the boat to meet him. When they arrived, he told them, "You men know that from the day I set foot in Turkey until now, I have done Hamolkiul's work humbly, yes, and with tears, and have faced grave danger from the plots of the Yahudim against my life. Yet I never shrank from telling you the truth, either publicly or in your homes. I have had one message for Yahudim and Gentiles alike, the necessity of turning from sin to Yahuul through faith in our Molchiul YAOHUSHUA, Hol Mehushchai. And now I am going to YAOHUSHUA, drawn there irresistibly by the Rucha YAOHUSHUA, not knowing what awaits me except that the Rucha YAOHUSHUA has let me know, in city after city, that jail and suffering lie ahead. But life is worth nothing unless I use it for doing the work assigned me by Molchiul YAOHUSHUA, the work of telling others the glorious message about Yahuul's mighty kindness and love. And now I know that none of you among whom I went about teaching the kingdom will ever see me again. Let me say plainly that no man's blood can be laid at my door, for I didn't shrink from declaring all of Yahuul's message to you. And now, beware. Be sure that you feed and shepherd Yahuul's flock, his Oholiah, his congregation purchased with his blood, for the Rucha YAOHUSHUA is holding you responsible as overseers. I know full well that after I leave you, false teachers like ravening wolves will appear among you, not sparing the flock. Some of you yourselves will twist the truth in order to draw a following for himself. Watch out. Remember the 3 years I was with you, my continual watch and care over you, night and day, and my many tears for you. And now I entrust you to Yahuul and his care, and to his glorious words, which are able to build your faith up and give you all the inheritance of those who are set apart for himself. I have never been hungry for money or fine clothing. You know that these hands of mine worked to pay my own way and even to supply the needs of those who were with me. And I was a continual example to you in helping the poor. For I remembered the words of Mochiul YAOHUSHUA, that it is more blessed to give than to receive. When he had finished speaking, he knelt and prayed with them, and they wept aloud as they embraced him in farewell, sorrowing most of all because he said that he would never see them again. Then they accompanied him down to the ship. After parting from the Ephesian elders, we sailed directly to Kos. The next day, we reached Rhodes and then went to Patara. There, we boarded a ship sailing for the Syrian province of Phoenicia. We saw the island of Cyprus, went by it on our left, and landed at the harbor of Tyre in Syria, where the ship unloaded. We went ashore, found the local believers, and remained with them a week. These disciples warned Shaul, the Rucha YAOHUSHUA, prophesying through them, not to go on to YAOHUSHUA Olein. At the end of the week, when we returned to the ship, the entire Oholyaw, or congregation, including wives and children, walked down to the beach with us, where we prayed and gave our farewells. Then we went aboard, and they returned home. The next stop after leaving Tyre was Ptolemais, where we greeted the believers but remained only one day. Then we went on to Caesarea and dwelt at the home of Philip the evangelist, one of the first 7 deacons. He had 4 unmarried daughters who had the gift of prophecy. During our stay of several days, a man named Agabus, who also had the gift of prophecy, arrived from Yehuda and paid us a visit. He took Shaul's belt, bound his own feet and hands with it, and said, "The Rucha YAOHUSHUA declares, likewise shall the owner of this belt be bound by the Yehudim in YAOHUSHUA Olein and turned over to the Romans." Hearing this, all of us, the local believers and his traveling companions, begged Shaul, or Paul, not to go on to YAOHUSHUA Olein. But he said, "Why all this weeping? You are breaking my heart. For I am ready not only to be imprisoned at YAOHUSHUA Olein, but also to die for the sake of Mochiul YAOHUSHUA. When it was clear that he wouldn't be deterred, we gave up and said, "The will of Yahuul be done." Shortly afterwards, we packed our baggage and left for YAOHUSHUA Olaim, or Jerusalem. Some disciples from Caesarea accompanied us, and on arrival, we were guests at the home of Nason, originally from Cyprus, one of the early believers, and all the believers at YAOHUSHUA Olaim welcomed us cordially. The second day, Shaul took us with him to meet with YAOHUKAF and the elders of the YAOHUSHUA Olaim, or Holyao, or congregation. After greetings were exchanged, Shaul recounted the many deeds Yahuul had performed among the Gentiles through his work. They praised Yahuul, but then said, "You know, dear brother, how many thousands of Yahudim have also believed, and they are all very adamant that Yahudim believers must continue to follow the Yahudim traditions and customs. Our Yahudim YAOHUSHUAHim, or Jewish believers in the Messiah YAOHUSHUA, here at YAOHUSHUA Olaim, have been told that you are against the laws of Yehoshua, against our Yahudim customs, and that you forbid the circumcision of their children. Now, what can be done? For they will surely hear that you have come. We suggest this. We have 4 men here who are preparing to shave their heads and take some vows. Go with them to the temple and have your head shaved too, and pay for theirs to be shaved. Then everyone will know that you approve of this custom for the Hebrew YAOHUSHUAHim, and that you yourself obey the Yahudim laws and are in line with our beliefs in these matters. As for the Gentile YAOHUSHUAHim, we aren't asking them to follow his Yahudim customs at all, except for the ones we wrote to them about: not to eat food offered to idols, not to eat unbled meat of animals, and not to commit fornication. Shaul therefore agreed to their request. The next day he went with the men to the temple for the ceremony, thus publicizing his vow to offer a sacrifice 7 days later with the others. The 7 days were almost finished when some Yahudim from Turkey saw him in the temple and roused a mob against him. They grabbed him, yelling, "Men of Yahusharul, help! Help! This is the man who proclaims against our people and tells everybody to disobey the Yahudim laws. He even talks against the temple and defiles it by bringing Gentiles in." For down in the city earlier that day, they had seen him with Trophimus, a Gentile from Ephesus in Turkey, and assumed that Shaul had taken him into the temple. The whole population of the city was electrified by these allegations, and a tumultuous riot ensued. Shaul was dragged out of the temple, and immediately the gates were closed behind him. As they were killing him, word reached the commander of the Roman garrison that all YAOHUSHUA was in an uproar. He quickly ordered out his guards and officers and ran down among the crowd, and when the mob saw the troops coming, they quit beating Shaul. The commander apprehended him and ordered him bound with double chains. Then he asked the crowd who he was and what he had done. Some yelled one thing and some another. When he couldn't find out anything in all the uproar and confusion, he ordered Shaul to be taken to the armory. As they reached the steps, the mob grew so violent that the guards lifted Shaul to their shoulders to protect him, and the crowd surged behind, yelling, "Away with him! Away with him!" As Shaul was about to be taken inside, he said to the commander, "May I have a word with you?" "Do you know Greek?" the commander asked, surprised. "Aren't you that Egyptian who led a rebellion a few years ago and took 4,000 members of the assassins with him into the desert?" "No," Shaul replied, "I am a Yahudi, a Jew from Tarsus in Cilicia, which is no small town. I request permission to talk to these people." The commander agreed. Therefore Shaul arose on the steps and motioned to the people to be quiet. Soon a deep silence enveloped the crowd, and he addressed them in Hebrew as follows. "Brothers and fathers, hear me well as I offer my defense." When they heard him speaking in Hebrew, the silence was even greater. "I am a Yahudi, a Jew," he said, "born in Tarsus, a city in Cilicia, but educated here in YAOHUSHUA under Gamaliel, at whose feet I learned to follow our Yahudim laws and customs very carefully. I became very eager to honor Yahuwah in everything I did, just as you have tried to do today. And I persecuted the YAOHUSHUA believers, hounding them to death, binding and delivering both men and women to prison. The high priest or any member of the council can testify that this is so. For I asked them for letters to the Yahudim leaders in Damascus with authority to let me bring any YAOHUSHUA I found to YAOHUSHUA in chains to be punished. As I was on the road nearing Damascus, unexpectedly about noon, a very bright light from heaven shone surrounding me, and I fell to the ground and heard a voice saying to me, "Shaul, Shaul, why are you persecuting me?" "Who is speaking to me, Ma'or?" I asked, and he replied, "I am YAOHUSHUA Nuzroti, the one you are persecuting." The men with me saw the light, but didn't comprehend what was said. And I said, "What shall I do, Molchiul, or king?" And Hamolchiul told me, "Get up and go into Damascus, and there you will be told what awaits you in the years ahead." I was blinded by the bright light and had to be led into Damascus by my companions. There, a man named Ananiyahu, as upright a man as you could find for obeying the law, and well thought of by all the Yehudim in Damascus, came to me, and arisen beside me said, "Ahi Shaul, or Brother Shaul, receive back your sight." That very moment I could see him. Then he told me, "Yahuul of our fathers has selected you to know his will and to see YAOHUSHUA the Messiah and to hear him speak. You are to take his message everywhere, telling what you have seen and have heard. And now, why delay? Go and be immersed and be cleansed from your sins, calling on the Shuam name of Hamolchiul, or the king." One day, after my return to Yahushua Oleh, while I was praying in the temple, I fell into a trance and saw a vision of Yahuul saying to me, "Hurry, leave Yahushua Oleh, for the people here won't believe you when you give them my message." "But Molchiul," I argued, "they surely know that I imprisoned and beat those in every synagogue who believed in you. And when your witness Stephen was killed, I was arisen there, agreeing, keeping the coats they laid aside as they threw rocks at him." But Hamolchiul said to me, "Leave Yahushua Oleh, for I will send you far away to the Gentiles." The crowd was intently hearing until Shaul came to that word. Then with one voice they yelled, "Away with such a fellow! Kill him! He is unfit to live!" They yelled and threw their coats in the air and tossed up handfuls of dust. So the commander brought him inside and ordered him lashed with whips to make him confess his crime. He wanted to find out why the crowd had become so furious. As they tied Shaul down to lash him, Shaul said to an officer arisen there, "Is it legal for you to whip a Roman citizen who hasn't even been tried?" The officer went to the commander and asked, "What are you doing? This man is a Roman citizen." So the commander went over and asked Shaul, "Tell me, are you a Roman citizen?" "Yes, I surely am." "I am too," the commander muttered, "and it cost me plenty. But I am a citizen by birth." The guards, arisen ready to lash him, quickly disappeared when they heard Shaul was a Roman citizen, and the commander was frightened because he had ordered him bound and whipped. The next day, the commander freed him from his chains and ordered the chief priests into conference with the Yahudi council. He had Shaul brought in before them to try to find out what the trouble was all about. Gazing intently at the council, Shaul began, "Brethren, I have always lived before YAOHUSHUA in all clear conscience." Immediately, Ananiyahu, the high priest, commanded those close to Shaul to slap him on the mouth. Shaul said to him, "YAOHUSHUA shall slap you, you whitewashed pigpen. What kind of judge are you to break the law yourself by ordering me slapped like that?" Those arisen close by Shaul said to him, "Is that the way to talk to YAOHUSHUA's high priest?" "I didn't realize he was the high priest, brothers," Shaul replied, "for the scriptures say, 'Never speak evil of any of your rulers.'" Then Shaul thought of something. Part of the council were tzaddikim, and part were Pharisees. So he loudly said, "Brothers, I am a Pharisee, as were all my forefathers, and I am being tried here today because I believe in the resurrection of the dead." This divided the council right down the middle, the Pharisees against the tzaddikim, for the tzaddikim believe that there is no resurrection or angels or even eternal spirits within us, but the Pharisees believe in all of these. So a great clamor arose. Some of the Yahudim leaders jumped up to argue that Shaul was all right. "We see nothing wrong with him," they hollered. "Perhaps a spirit or angel spoke to him there on the Damascus road." The yelling grew louder and louder, and the men were tugging at Shaul from both sides, pulling him this way and that. Finally, the commander, fearing they would tear him apart, ordered his guards to take him away from them by force and bring him back to the armory. That night, Hamolchiul, the king, appeared beside Shaul and declared, "Don't worry, Shaul. Just as you have told the people about me here in YAOHUSHUA, so must you also in Rome." The next morning, some 40 or more of the Yahudim conspired together and bound themselves by a curse, neither to eat nor drink until they had killed Shaul. Then they went to the chief priests and elders and told them what they had done. "Ask the commander to bring Shaul back to the council again," they recommended. "Pretend you want to ask a few more queries. We will kill him on the way." But Shaul's nephew came to know of their plot and went to the armory and told Shaul. Shaul called one of the officers and said, "Take this boy to the commander. He has something important to tell him." So the officer did, explaining, "Shaul the Painting called me over and asked me to bring this young man to you to tell you something." The commander took the boy by the hand and leading him aside asked, "What is it you want to tell me, lad?" "Tomorrow," he told him, "the Yahudim are going to ask you to bring Shaul before the council again, pretending they want to get some more information. But don't do it. There are more than 40 men hiding along the road, ready to jump on him and kill him. They have bound themselves under a curse to neither eat nor drink till he is dead. They are out there now, expecting you to agree to their request. Don't let a soul know you told me this," the commander warned the boy as he left. Then the commander called 2 of his officers and ordered, "Get 200 guards ready to leave for Caesarea at 9 o'clock tonight. Take 200 spearmen and 70 mounted cavalry. Give Shaul a horse to ride and get him safely to Governor Felix." Then he wrote this letter to the governor. "From Claudius Lysias to His Excellency, Governor Felix, greetings. This man was seized by the Yahudim and they were killing him when I sent the guards to rescue him, for I learned that he was a Roman citizen. Then I took him to their council to try to find out what he had done, and I soon discovered it was something about their Yahudim beliefs, absolutely nothing worthy of imprisonment or death. But when I was informed of a plot to kill him, I thought it best to send him on to you and will notify his accusers to bring their charges before you." Therefore, that night, as was ordered, the guards took Shaul to Antipatris, and they returned to the armory the next morning, leaving him with the cavalry to take him on to Caesarea. When they arrived in Caesarea, they brought Shaul and the letter to the governor. He read it and then asked Shaul where he was from. "Cilicia," Shaul answered. "I will hear your case fully when your accusers arrive." The governor told him and ordered him kept in the prison at King Herod's palace. "5 days later, Ananiyahu the high priest arrived with some of the Yahudim leaders and the lawyers Tertullius to make their indictments against Shaul. When Tertullius was called forward, he laid charges against Shaul in the following address to the governor. "Your Excellency, you have given quietness and peace to us Yahudim and have significantly minimized the discrimination against us. And for this, we are very, very grateful to you. But lest I bore you, kindly give me your cognizance for only a moment as I briefly outline our case against this man. For we have found him to be a troublemaker, a man who is continually agitating the Yahudim throughout the whole world through riots and rebellions against the Roman government. He is a ringleader of the sect known as the Nazarenes, and moreover, he was trying to defile the temple when we apprehended him. We could have given him what he justly deserves, but Lysias, the commander of the garrison, came and took him violently away from us, demanding that he be tried by Roman law. You can find out the truth of our indictments by examining him yourself.
Then all the other Yahudim chimed in, declaring that everything Tertullus said was absolutely true. Now came Shaul's opportunity to respond. The governor motioned for him to rise and speak. Shaul began, "I know, sir, that you have been a judge of Yahudim affairs for many years, and this gives me confidence as I make my defense. You can quickly discover that it was no more than 12 days ago that I arrived in YAOHUSHUA to worship at the temple, and you will discover that I have never instigated a riot in any synagogue or along the roads of any city, and these men definitely cannot prove the misconduct they accuse me of doing. But one thing I do admit, that I believe in the way of salvation, which they refer to as a sect. I follow that system of serving Yahuwah of our forefathers. I firmly believe in the Yahudim law and everything written in the books of prophecy, and I believe, just as these men do, that there will be a resurrection of both the upright and the wicked. Because of this, I try with all my vigor to always maintain a clear conscience before Yahuwah and man. After having been away for several years, I returned to YAOHUSHUA with money to help the Yahudim and to offer a sacrifice to Yahuwah. My accusers saw me in the temple as I was giving my thank offering. I had shaved my head as their laws required, and there was no crowd around me and no rioting. But some Yahudim from Turkey were there, who ought to be here if they have anything against me. But look, ask these men right here what wrongdoing their council found in me, except that I declared one thing I should not when I spoke out loudly. I am here before the council to defend myself for believing that the dead will rise again." Felix, who knew YAOHUSHUA didn't go around instigating riots, told the Yahudim to wait for the arrival of Lysias, the garrison commander, and then he would decide the case. He ordered Shaul to prison, but warned the guards to treat him gently and not to forbid any of his friends who would visit him or bring him gifts, so as to make his incarceration more comfortable. A few days later, Felix came with Drusilla, his legal wife, a Yahudia or Jewess. Ordering to see Shaul, they took careful heed
as he told them about the faith in whole Mehushkai YAOHUSHUA, and as he reasoned with them about uprightness and self-control and the judgment to come, Felix was filled with deep fear. "Go away for now," he replied. "When I have more convenient time, I'll call for you again." He also hoped that Shaul would bribe him, so he sent for him from time to time and talked with him. 2 years went by in this way. Then Felix was succeeded by Porcius Festus. And because Felix wanted to gain favor with the Yehudim, he left Shaul in chains. 3 days after Festus arrived in Caesarea to take over his new responsibilities, he left for YAOHUSHUA, where the chief priests and other Yehudim leaders sought to meet him and gave him their evil reports against Shaul. They begged him to bring Shaul to YAOHUSHUA at once. Their plan was to waylay and kill him. But Festus replied that since Shaul was at Caesarea and he himself was going back there soon, those with authority in this affair should return with him for the trial. 8 or 10 days later, he returned to Caesarea, and the following day he opened the trial of Shaul. On Shaul's arrival in court, the Yehudim from YAOHUSHUA gathered around, hurling many serious allegations which they couldn't prove. Shaul denied the charges. "I am not guilty," he said. "I have not opposed the Yehudim laws, nor desecrated the temple, nor rebelled against the Roman government." Then Festus, eager to please the Yehudim, asked him, "Are you willing to go to YAOHUSHUA and undergo trial before me?" But Shaul replied, "No, I demand my privilege of a hearing before the emperor himself. You know very well I am not guilty. If I have done something worthy of death, I don't refuse to die. But if I am innocent, neither you nor anyone else has a right to turn me over to these men to kill me. I appeal to Caesar." Festus conferred with his advisers and then replied, "Very well, you have appealed to Caesar, and to Caesar you shall go." A few days later, King Agrippa arrived with Bernice for a visit with Festus. During their stay of several days, Festus discussed Shaul's case with the king. "There is someone incarcerated here whose case was left for me by Felix," he told him. "When I was in YAOHUSHUA, the chief priests and other Yehudim leaders gave me their side of the case and asked me to have him killed. Of course, I quickly pointed out to them that Roman law does not convict a man before he is judicially tried. He is given an opportunity to defend himself face to face with his accusers. When they came here for the trial, I called the case the very next day and ordered Shaul brought in. But the indictments made against him weren't at all what I supposed they would be. It was something about their religion and about someone called YAOHUSHUA who died, but Shaul insists is alive. I was perplexed as to how to decide a case of this kind and asked him whether he would be willing to undergo trial on these charges in YAOHUSHUA Olaim, but Shaul appealed to Caesar. So I ordered him back to jail until I could arrange to get him to the emperor. "I'd like to hear the man myself," Agrippa said, and Festus replied, "You shall, tomorrow." So the next day, after the king and Bernice had arrived at the courtroom with great pomp, accompanied by military officers and prominent men of the city, Festus ordered Shaul brought in. Then Festus addressed the audience, "King Agrippa and all present," he said, "this is the man whose death is demanded both by the local Yahudim and by those in YAOHUSHUA Olaim. But in my opinion, he has committed nothing worthy of death. However, he appealed his case to Caesar, and I have no alternative but to send him. But what shall I write the emperor? For there is no real charge against him. So I have brought him before you all, and especially you, King Agrippa, to examine him and then tell me what to write. For it doesn't seem reasonable to send a detainee to the emperor without any charges against him." Then Agrippa said to Shaul, "Go ahead, tell us your side of what happened." Therefore, Shaul, with much hand motions, gave his defense. "I am blessed, King Agrippa," he began, "to be able to present my answer before you, for I know you are an expert in Yahudim laws and customs. Now please hear me patiently. As the Yahudim are well aware, I was given a thorough Yahudi training for my earliest childhood in Tarsus and later at YAOHUSHUA Olaim, and I lived accordingly. If they would only admit it, they know that I have always been the most rigorous of Pharisees when it comes to obedience to Yahudim laws and customs. But the real reason behind their indictments is something else. It is because I'm looking forward to the fulfillment of Yahuwah's promise made to our forefathers. The 12 tribes of Yahushuah are travailing hard night and day to attain the same hope I have. Yet, O King, for me it is a crime, they say. But is it a crime to believe in the resurrection of the dead? Does it seem incredible to you that Yahuwah can bring people back to life again? I used to believe that I ought to do many horrible deeds against the followers of YAOHUSHUA Nuzroti. I imprisoned many of the sanctified ones in YAOHUSHUA Olaim as authorized by the high priests. And when they were condemned to death, I cast my vote against them. I applied torture to try to make YAOHUSHUA Olaim everywhere curse Kol Mehushchai, the Messiah. I was so violently opposed to them that I even hounded them in far-off cities in foreign lands. I was on such a mission to Damascus, armed with the authority and commission of the chief priests, when one day about noon, sir, a light from heaven, brighter than the sun, shone upon me and my companions. We all fell down, and I heard a voice speaking to me in Hebrew, "Shaul, Shaul, why are you persecuting me? You are only hurting yourself." "Who are you, Malchiul?" I asked. And Malchiul replied, "I am YAOHUSHUA, the one you are persecuting. Now rise up, for I have appeared to you to appoint you as my servant and my witness. You are to tell the world about this experience and about the many other occasions when I shall appear to you. And I will protect you from both your own people and the Gentiles. Yes, I am going to send you to the Gentiles to open their eyes to their true condition, in order that they may repent and live in the light of Yahushua, and no longer in the darkness of Satan, in order that they may receive forgiveness for their sins and Yahuwah's inheritance, along with all people everywhere whose sins are cleansed away, who are set apart by faith in me." And so, O King Agrippa, I was not disobedient to that vision from heaven. I proclaimed first to those in Damascus, then in YAOHUSHUA, and through Yahuda, and also to the Gentiles, that all must forsake their sins and turn to Yahuwah and prove their repentance by doing noble deeds. The Yahudim apprehended me in the temple for proclaiming this, and tried to kill me. But Yahuwah protected me. That's why I am yet living today to tell these facts to everyone, both great and insignificant. I teach nothing except what the prophets and Yahushua said, that whole Yahushua, the Messiah, would suffer and be the first to rise from the dead, to bring light to the Yahudim and Goyim, or Gentiles, alike. Surprisingly, Festus hollered, "Shaul, you are insane. Your much learning has broken your mind." But Shaul replied, "I am not insane, most excellent Festus. I speak words of sober truth, and King Agrippa knows about these matters. I speak frankly, for I am sure these events are all familiar to him, for they were not done in a corner. King Agrippa, do you believe the prophets? But I know you do." And Agrippa interrupted him with trivial proofs like this. "You expect me to become a YAOHUSHUA?" And Shaul replied, "Would to Yahuwah that whether my arguments are trivial or highly convincing, both you and everyone here in this audience might become the same as I am, except for this chains." Then the king, the governor, Bernice, and all the others rose up and left. As they talked it over afterwards, they agreed, "This man hasn't committed anything worthy of death or imprisonment." And Agrippa said to Festus, he could be set free if he hadn't appealed to Caesar. Arrangements were finally made to put us on our journey to Rome by ship. Shaul, therefore, and several others incarcerated were transferred to the custody of an officer named Julius, a member of the imperial guard. We left on a boat which was scheduled to make several stops along the Turkish coast. I should add that Aristarchus, a Greek from Thessalonica, was with us. The next day, when we docked at Sidon, Julius was very kind to Shaul and let him go ashore to visit with friends and receive their hospitality. Putting to sea from there, we encountered headwinds that made it difficult to keep the ship on course, so we sailed north of Cyprus between the island and the mainland and passed along the coast of the provinces of Cilicia and Pamphylia, landing at Myra in the province of Lycia. There, our officer found an Egyptian ship from Alexandria bound for Italy and put us aboard. We had several days of rough sailing and finally neared Cnidus, but the winds had become too vigorous, so we sailed quickly to Crete, passing the port of Salmon, beating into the wind with much difficulty and moving slowly along the south coast. We arrived at Fair Havens near the city of Lasea. There we remained for several days. The weather was becoming dangerous for long voyages by then, because it was late in the year, and Shaul spoke to the ship's officers about it. "Sirs," he said, "I believe there is trouble ahead if we go on, perhaps shipwreck, loss of cargo, injuries, and death." But the officers in charge of those incarcerated gave credence more to the ship's captain and the owner than to Shaul. And since Fair Havens was an exposed harbor, a poor place to spend the winter, most of the crew advised trying to go further up the coast to Phoenix in order to winter there. Phoenix was a fine harbor with only a northwest and southwest exposure. Immediately then, a light wind began blowing from the south, and it looked like a perfect day for the trip. So they pulled up anchor and sailed along close to the shore. But shortly afterwards, the weather changed abruptly, and a heavy wind of tempest force, a Euroclydon they called it, caught the ship and blew it out to sea. They tried at first to face back to shore but couldn't, so they gave up and let the ship run before the gale. We finally sailed behind a small island named Clauda, where with great difficulty we lifted aboard the lifeboat that was being towed behind us, and then banded the ship with ropes to reinforce the hull. The sailors were afraid of being driven toward the quicksands of the African coast, so they lowered the topsails and were therefore driven before the wind. The next day, as the seas grew higher, the crew began throwing the cargo overboard. The following day, they threw out the tackle and anything else they could lay their hands on. The fierce tempest raged unabated many days, until at last all hope was gone. No one had eaten for a long time, but finally Shaul called the crew together and said, "Men, you should have hearkened to me in the first place and not left Fair Havens. You would have avoided all this damage and loss. But cheer up. Not one of us will lose our lives, even though the ship will go down. For last night an angel of YAOHUSHUA, to whom I belong and whom I serve, appeared beside me and said, 'Don't be afraid, Shaul, for you will surely undergo trial before Caesar. What's more, YAOHUSHUA has granted your request and will save the lives of all those sailing with you. So take courage, for I believe YAOHUSHUA. It will be just as he said, but we will be shipwrecked on an island.' About midnight on the 14th night of the tempest, as we were being driven to and fro on the Adriatic Sea, the sailors suspected land was close by. They sounded and found 120 feet of water below them, and a little later they sounded again and found only 90 feet. At this rate, they knew they would soon be driven ashore, and fearing rocks along the coast, they threw out 4 anchors from the rear end of the ship and prayed for daylight. Some of the sailors planned to abandon the ship and lowered the emergency boat as though they were going to put out anchors from the front part of the ship. But Shaul said to the guards and commanding officer, "You will all die unless everyone remains aboard." So the guards cut the ropes and let the boat fall off. As the darkness gave way to the early morning light, Shaul begged everyone to eat. "You haven't touched food for 2 weeks," he said. "Please eat something now for your own wellness, for not a hair of your heads shall perish." Then he took some hardtack and openly gave Hodayahu, or thanksgiving, to YAOHUSHUA before them all, and broke off a piece and ate it. Surprisingly, everyone felt better and began eating, all 276 of us, for that is the number we had aboard. After eating, the crew lightened the ship further by throwing all the wheat overboard. When it was day, they didn't recognize the coastline, but noticed a bay with a beach and wondered whether they could get between the rocks and be driven up onto the beach. They finally concluded to try. Cutting off the anchors and leaving them in the sea, they lowered the rudders, raised the foresail, and headed ashore. but the ship hit a sandbar and ran aground. The bow of the ship stuck fast, while the rear end was exposed to the violence of the waves and began to break apart. The guards advised their commanding officer to let them kill those incarcerated to prevent any of them swimming ashore to escape. But Julius wanted to spare Shaul, so he told them no. Then he ordered all who could swim to jump overboard and make for land, and the rest to try for it on planks and debris from the broken ship. So everyone escaped safely ashore. We soon learned that we were on the island of Malta. The people of the island were very kind to us, lighting an open fire on the beach to welcome and warm us in the rain and cold. As Shaul gathered an armful of sticks to lay on the fire, a poisonous snake, driven out by the heat, clung itself onto his hand. The people of the island saw it hanging there and spoke to one another. A murderer, no doubt. Though he escaped the sea, justice will not permit him to live. But Shaul shook off the snake into the fire and was unharmed. The people waited for him to begin swelling or quickly fall dead, but when they had waited for a long time and no harm came to him, they changed their minds and concluded that he was a supernatural being. Near the shore where we landed was an estate belonging to Publius, the governor of the island. He welcomed us wholesomely and fed us for 3 days. As it happened, the father Publius was ill with fever and dysentery. Shaul went in and prayed for him, and laying his hands on him, healed him. Then all the other sick people in the island came and were cured. As a result, we were showered with gifts, and when the time came to sail, people put on board all sorts of provisions we would need for the trip. It was 3 months after the shipwreck before we set sail again, and this time it was in the Twin Brothers of Alexandria, a ship that had wintered at the island. Our first stop was Syracuse, where we remained 3 days. From there, we circled around to Rhegium, and a day later, a south wind began blowing, so the following day we arrived at Puteoli, where we found some believers, and they begged us to remain with them 7 days. Then we went on to Rome. The brothers in Rome had heard we were coming and came to meet us at the Forum on the Appian Way. Others joined us at the 3 taverns. When Shaul saw them, he expressed gratefulness to YAOHUSHUA and took courage. When we arrived in Rome, Shaul was permitted to live wherever he wanted to, though watched by a guard. 3 days after his arrival, he called together the local Yahudim leaders and spoke to them as follows. Brethren, I was apprehended by the Yahudim in YAOHUSHUA and handed over to the Roman government for prosecution, even though I had harmed no one nor violated the customs of our forefathers. The Romans gave me a trial and wanted to release me, for they found no cause for the verdict of death demanded by the Yahudim leaders. But when the Yahudim challenged the verdict, I felt it necessary, with no malice against them, to appeal to Caesar. I asked you to come here today so we could get acquainted, and I could tell you that it is because I believe YAOHUSHUA, the Messiah, has come that I am bound with this chain. And they replied, "We have heard nothing against you. We have had no letters from Yehuda or reports from those arriving from YAOHUSHUA. But we want to hear what you believe, for the only matter we know about these YAOHUSHUA is that they are denounced everywhere." So a time was appointed, and on that day large numbers came to his house. He told them about the kingdom of Yahuul and taught them about YAOHUSHUA from the scriptures, from the 5 books of Yahushua and the books of prophecy, and he began lecturing in the morning and went on into the evening. Some believed and some didn't. But after they had argued back and forth among themselves, they left with this final word from Shaul ringing in their ears: "The Ruach YAOHUSHUA, or sanctified spirit, was right when he said through Yahushua the prophet, 'Say to the Yahudim, you will hear and see, but not comprehend, for your hearts are too fat, and your ears don't hearken, and you have closed your eyes against comprehending. For you don't want to see and hear and comprehend and turn to me to heal you.' So I want you to realize that this salvation from Yahuul is available to the Gentiles too, and they will accept it." Shaul lived for the following 2 years in his rented house and welcomed all who paid him a visit, proclaiming to them with all boldness about the kingdom of Yahuul and about Mochiul, YAOHUSHUA, YAOHUSHUA, and no one tried to stop him.
שמיים וארץ אסו עיניי אל ההורים ויין יבוא עזרי נעים השם מויסר שמיים וארץ אל תתלם רגליך אל ינום שוי מרחוב הנה לא ינום ולא יישן שוי מר ישראל אל תתלם רגליך אל ינום שוי מרחוב הנה לא ינום ולא יישן שוי מר ישראל הנה לא ינום ולא יישן שוי מר ישראל שוי מר ישראל הנה לא ינום ולא יישן שוי מר ישראל שוי מר ישראל הנה לא ינום ולא יישן שוי מר ישראל שוי מר ישראל הנה לא ינום ולא יישן שוי מר ישראל הנה לא ינום ולא יישן שוי מר ישראל אסו עיניי אל ההורים מיין יבוא עזרי נעים השם מויסר שמיים וארץ אל יתלם רגליך אל ינום שוי מרחוב הנה לא ינום ולא יישן שוי מר ישראל אל יתלם רגליך אל ינום שוי מרחוב הנה לא ינום ולא יישן שוי מר ישראל הנה לא ינום ולא יישן שוי מר ישראל שוי מר ישראל הנה לא ינום ולא יישן שוי מר ישראל שוי מר ישראל הנה לא ינום ולא יישן שוי מר ישראל שוי מר ישראל הנה לא ינום ולא יישן שוי מר ישראל הנה לא ינום ולא יישן שוי מר ישראל ולא יישן שוי מר ישראל הנה לא ינום ולא יישן